time for the finale of Apollo Justice Ace Attorney. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Thursday night here on DMA Live. Now featuring game cleaning, Minecraft, and more. Hope you all are doing awesome on this Thursday afternoon/evening here at DMA Live. I don't have a whole lot to talk about, and I promise I will try to keep this very brief because I want to get right into this. Because we left off on a bit of a cliffhanger, let's say. For those that missed yesterday's stream, we started the finale of Apollo Justice Ace Attorney. And we started it off with an interesting case, to say the least. Turnabout Succession, excuse me, because I won't get it right yet, is the final case of Apollo Justice Ace Attorney. It deals with a bit of a different system compared to the first three events. A computer simulator called Mason is going to be the primary focus of this specific half of the case. Mason is a computer simulator that is being used for the jurist system, a project that Wright has been working on during the last couple of months, and while we've been working on various different cases for the Wright Anything Agency. We have two trials we're going to be being back and forth between. First trial happens 7 years in the past, and it ends up being Phoenix Wright's final case. We will also be dealing with the current case and finishing that up. But in order for us to properly figure out what's going on with our current case, we need to go back in time 7 years earlier to Phoenix Wright's final trial. Before I get started, I'm going to give you a brief overview of everything that you need to know. Phoenix Wright is a defense attorney, as we know from the first 3 games of the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney series. Allegedly, somewhere in this case, an incident occurs and Phoenix presents evidence found to be forged. The prosecution lawyer, no surprise there, is Klavier Gavin himself. I wonder where Edgeworth is in all of this, but honestly, this is Apollo Justice, not Phoenix Wright. Other characters that are going to be making a return is going to be Detective Dick Gumshoe, who is a really good old friend of the Phoenix Wright series, as well as a couple of other characters from the past. Obviously, we're going to be kicking things off right back where we left off, but in order for us to do that, I do need to talk about a couple of quick things for this live stream. You are watching DMA Live here at twitch.tv/DanMetroArnold. If you're also watching on youtube.com/@DMAVods, as well. All of the VODs from Apollo Justice Ace Attorney are going to be published on or before March 2nd, and all of the remaining streams we're going to be having this month should go live by March 4th. Again, I'm working with Ben the Millennium, also known as Ben Murphy, to try to get all of the thumbnails and whatnot more streamlined so we can get this all done and over with. Tonight, simply put, we are finishing Turnabout Succession. That is all that we have left for this series, for this mini-series, I should say, for this specific game. After that, Turnabout Succession will mark the end of Apollo Justice Ace Attorney and the pause of Apollo Justice Trilogy here on DMA Live. Saturday and Sunday, I should say, we are going to be doing Minecraft Stream Survival. Both of those streams are going to be starting roughly at 2 o'clock Central Time. Tuesday and Thursday of next week, we are going to be doing a couple other things. I do apologize. 25th, I skipped over this. We are doing a special stream on Lord Navas's channel, where we are going to be playing some Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Outside of that, next week, we have a secret stream going on Tuesday of next week. That is going to be the 27th. That will be starting about 3 p.m. as well. 29th, I'm going to be late to stream, but we are doing our Leap Day special here on DMA Live. I'm going to be going live at 5 p.m., and for 4 hours, we're just going to be on this stream. I'm going to be chatting with you all, and we're going to talk a little bit as well about the launch of the Capture Realm Community Discord server, which I am working on over this weekend. That's why streams, particularly Saturday, Sunday, are going to be kind of short. I apologize in advance for that. And also, I'm not going to be live the Friday, tomorrow, 23rd, Monday, 26th, or 28th. So if I miss a stream, I miss a stream. If the 27th gets canceled, I apologize in advance. But I have talked about everything long enough. It is time for me to get my Switch online and let us start working on our next half of this stream. Also, Stream Elements, I appreciate you, but you don't need to have 2 lurkers announcements. I appreciate you, bud, but that's really not necessary. Anyway, with that muted, let us go on over to this stream. So, I do want to talk a little bit about the rest of the games as we have them all set out. Tonight is a finish of Apollo Justice Ace Attorney. That is going to be it. We're not going to be touching this specific part of the trilogy anymore after tonight. There might be accolades that I will need to worry about, but to kind of catch you up to speed on everything, Turnabout Trump dealt with us defending Phoenix Wright from a particular incident where he ended up getting caught in a cheating scandal and murder. So we dealt with that, got that all resolved. Then we ended up taking him on as a client to deal with a series of things in Turnabout Corner. Obviously, Turnabout Corner led into a murder investigation, of which we had a bit of a time that I will go and talk about in their respective streams as well. After that was Turnabout Serenade, which we got to deal with a foreigner in a foreign land, which I made a joke about. Yes, we're not going to get to that until much later in the game, and we'll see that joke come back around in the middle of March. All 3 of these cases apparently lead up to this, Turnabout Succession. We find out that the forger, who is a victim of this case, ends up being someone who knows us, Apollo Justice, Phoenix Wright, Wright & Co. Law Offices, now known as the Wright & Agency. But in order for us to understand what exactly happens in the modern trial that we've been working through last night, we need to go back in time to the trial 7 years ago and work with the Mason system to figure out exactly where did Phoenix Wright go wrong. Now, this being the final part, I'm going to be a little bit more gung-ho about wanting to stick to my notes and sticking to the gameplay. So if I miss messages in the chat, I do apologize. Again, for this part, I'm not planning on having the chat on screen. But starting in the next game, which is Ace Attorney Dual Destinies, I will have the chat on screen so that you guys can message me and have a conversation about the game itself. I'm going to try to work around the setup to get that going. For now, I've got 6 hours to get this done and over with. So without any further ado, without any other delay, let us get right into the finale of Apollo Justice Ace Attorney. Also, fair warning, because I'm going to say this, shutdown time. Fair warning, I do have a different voice for this Phoenix as well. I lost. It's only a game of poker. A game I've played for a long time, and only lost twice. Who was the first? The man I killed, of course. Well, seems I found the partner I've been looking for all along. The right game of cards? Why, yes, the right game of cards. That is how we first met, 7 years ago. Seven years earlier, Phoenix Wright's final trial. April 19th, 9:27 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2. Before I begin, I do also want to say, like I mentioned earlier, I do have different voices for this younger Wright, as well as for a couple of other characters that you will find and know and love. This is 7 years ago, after all. Times change along with the people, so let us see what did Phoenix Wright sound like 7 years ago. I'm not gonna lie, he does sound a little bit like me. Phew, okay. A long time since I felt like such a rookie. Gotta try and relax. Good morning, Mr. Neymar. I'm sorry to have sprung this on you so suddenly. I received a file from your previous attorney only yesterday. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure I prepared. I understand I'm asking the impossible. Yes, well, you haven't really told me what happened yet. All we did was play cards. And that was enough. Actually, it wasn't. Trust me. Woo! Morning, Daddy! Huh, I'm so glad you came. You okay, Daddy? Are they picking on you? I'm fine as always. This old boy is here to help me after all. That's young man to you. Good morning. That's a cute outfit you have on. Thanks. Time for shows today after all. Oh, I'm sure it is. What the heck is she talking about? Oh boy. Huh? Me? What boy started? Here. What's this? I don't know. I just got it over there in the hall. He told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. He said it was really important. What's this? A memo for you or some such? Not from the looks of it. What is this? It's like a page from someone's diary. I'll give it a read later. Notebook page added to the court record. Well, how do you feel about the trial today? We'll get through it, somehow. Incidentally, the prosecutor today is a new guy here. Ah, easy one then, yes? They're calling him a true thoroughbred in the history of the prosecutor's office. Of course, there's one of those every year. Especially for attorneys just before the trial. I know it is a difficult situation. But allow me to say one thing, Mr. Wright. Yes? They will not be able to pronounce me guilty today. So, do your best. Do not. The first time a defendant's ever given me a pep speech. I'll do what I can. I see you do not understand. You see, it will be impossible for them to declare a verdict. Impossible? Yes. Isn't that right, Jameson? Yep, you bet, Daddy. First look at the case was only yesterday, and the information I was given was a tad bit lacking, to be honest. Still, I'll do what I can, for their sake. I believe the curtains will be lifting any time now. I'm in your capable hands, Mr. Wright. My client is Shady Enigma, known to the world as Zach Grimari. A wildly popular magician, star of Troupe Grimari. His mentor, Magnific Grimari, was a rare breed of magician. He single-handedly ushered the golden age of stage magic until he was shot dead. And Zach Grimari is a suspect. April 19th, 10 o'clock a.m., District Court, Courtroom number 7. Court is now in session for the trial of Shady Enigma. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Is the prosecution ready? I was just thinking, what is what all the fuss about? A bit of a buzzkill, really. Buzzkill? Is this some new kind of crime? One of the worst. This is a trial, yeah? Where are the sweaty palms and pounding hearts? The Gavin's concert got 10 times the thrill this game got. Who were you again? Klavier. Klavier Gavin. I came to get the party started. Legally, yeah? Gavin. Defense attorney Christoph Gavin's... figures my bro's more famous in this part of town. Klavier Gavin. Lead singer for the mega hit band The Gaviners. You're out of your league, rock boy. I know what you're thinking. You're out of your league, rock boy. True, my debut single, 13 Years Hard Time for Love, went platinum overnight. But that's just a hobby for me, compared to this, yeah? Talkative, aren't you? I like your effective Euro-rock accent, by the way. I'm just getting warmed up. Got a tunny right. Perhaps you'd be so kind as to fill us in on the case? Oh, come, baby. Time to cons the opening act. What was his name again? Yes, Detective Gumshoe. Hit it. And you are? Hey, you were the one who called me up here, sir. Name's Dick Gumshoe. I'm a homicide detective down at the precinct. Detective Gumshoe. Long time no see. Hey, you! Huh? Me? Today's the day, pal. Today, I win and you lose. I got confidence in my testimony today, see? What? You normally lack confidence in your testimony. Head detective, this is my stage. Ken the antics. Huh? All this hey, you, and such. And I could care less about your history today. Very well, Detective Gumshoe, if you would. Please tell us about the case at hand. It happened 6 days back at the room in the general hospital. The facts are as simple as they come. Here's a crime scene. The victim was a patient asleep in a hospital bed. The killer comes in, puts a pistol to his forehead, and bam! Lights out. Them's the facts. Not so long ago, the victim, Magnific Grimari, was a famous man. He had the entire country under his magical spell, as it were. Yes, a great magician. He retired years ago, though. Say the name Magnific to one of my generation, and you'd be lucky to get a blank stare. Yes, though I'm sure the youngsters today know his disciples even better. I dare say Troupe Grimari has made quite a name for themselves. Anyhow, the retired Magnific's been in the hospital for the last year. What was it? Malignant tumor or something? Doing something to his liver, I think. Yeah. A malignant tumor, perhaps. In other words, he had liver cancer. He had only 3 months to live, in fact. Magnific's chart added to the court record.
facts do seem simple enough, but something is not right. As the victim was already climbing a 3-month stair to heaven, why not wait for him to knock at his door? Why shoot him? I wouldn't have put it quite so lyrically, but it's true. Why make the effort to commit murder when the victim was about to die? Incidentally, the victim had a serious case of diabetes. Diabetes? In fact, he was about to shoot up with insulin when he was shot in the pistol. The syringe was found in the crime scene. Chronic diabetes and cancer. As much as it pains me to say it, the victim was clearly at the end of his life. Small syringe added to the court record. I believe the question before us is clear then. Why did the killer have to shoot this dying man? What reason could he have had? Very well, Detective. Perhaps you can enlighten us as to the circumstances of your shooting. Yes, sir! Witness testimony. The circumstances. Actually, the victim kind of ordered the defendant to do him in. A few days before it happened, the victim sent a letter ordering his own murder. The defendant did what was asked of him and shot the old man in the forehead. The bullet was fired from the pistol found at the scene. No doubt about it. And the pistol definitely belonged to the old man, sir. What? You're saying the victim ordered his own shooting? Those aren't the facts. I have here the letter in question. This letter added to the court record. Very unusual indeed. Though, could such a thing as a letter really cause one to pull a trigger, I wonder? I believe the answer to that question can be found at the end of the letter. You cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. Detective Gumshoe, could you explain this to the court? Unfortunately, even the defendant won't say a peep about that bit, sir. But one thing bothers me about this. Why didn't he just say 11? Why have him cut out 11:05 without some specific reason? The devil is in the details here. Well, was there some reason? As it turns out, there was every night for half an hour starting at 11. The victim, Magneto Murray, was given an IV. An IV? There it is in the picture, off to the side of the bed. At 11 o'clock, a doctor would come in to set up the IV. 30 minutes later, he would come back for the empty bag. This happened every night without fail. So that was the only time they could meet without the chance of an untimely interruption. During his IV. Very well. Shall we begin? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you would. What's this reason he couldn't refuse, I wonder? Could he at least mention it to me? Cross-examination time! Beloved student Zach, to you I entrust the task of blowing my life's curtain. On the 13th, at 5 p.m., already a gun of which you will shoot one shot square in the forehead. You cannot refuse and don't know the reason why. Tumor in liver has progressed to final stage of recovery. Patient has 3 months to live. Patient has chronic diabetes and requires regular insulin. Crime scene photo. Wait a minute.
could say that right there. That's a bit interesting, to say the least. You know what? I think the letter ordered his own murder. And if it was asked for him to show him beforehand. He was fired from the pistol, found at the scene, no doubt about it. The pistol definitely belonged to the man, sir. Hold it! You mean this pistol, the one in the crime scene photo? And that's the one. It's a funny looking gun, so there's no mistaking it. The composite bullet taken from the victim's skull is a bullet fired from this gun. Surviving marks of the bullet don't have damage. So, you verified the murder weapon, in other words. You bet we did. Hold it! Why are you so certain? What pile of sand has your head been stuck in all this time, pal? Never heard of Zack and Balance quick draw shoot 'em? Huh? What's that? One of the defendant's specialties. Zack and Balance stand on each side of the girl. Then they shoot. But the bullets don't hit her. Instead, they hit everything else on stage. This was one of the pistols they used in their show. Got a great design, huh? The kids love it. Many boys and girls joined the police because of that pistol idea. You know, that would explain a lot about the police force. Chief Kamari stopped doing that act a while ago. The old man held on to that pistol ever since. The court would like to see the pistol in question. Hey, you got it, sir. Here she is. Well, this truly is a blast from the past. It's a stage pistol for magic shows, see? But it can fire real bullets. It looks so much bigger in real life than on TV. Yeah, but it can only hold one round. By the way, the pistol's firing chamber is empty. And it shows traces of having been fired recently. So, were any fingerprints found on the gun? Unfortunately, no. Of course, the defendant is known for wearing gloves. We might say that the lack of fingerprints is, in fact, a fingerprint of its own. Aha! Intriguing point, well made. Whoa, 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 not well made, not intriguing. In any case, the court accepts this into evidence. Stage pistol added to the court record. My grandchild would get a kick out of seeing this. But now's time to return to our testimony. Time to gather all the details before coming in here. This testimony might be my only source of information. Pay attention. Read this letter carefully. Hold it! How can you be so sure? Hey, you gotta learn to stop relying on people to do your thinking for you, pal. Learn to think for yourself. Get that noggin cranking. Totally grasp the concept of questioning, detective. First, we got this letter. It says, shoot in the forehead, loud and clear. I can see that, but I still wouldn't do it. Well, maybe you need to grow yourself a backbone, pal. But grasp the concept of shooting people is bad, detective. We also found the defendant's pistol at the scene. The traces of gunpowder had been fired recently. Well, Mr. Wright? As far as I can tell from looking at this photo, there seems to be no issue with the prosecution's claim. Oh no. Maybe there's something in there I can use. Saying the defendant shot the victim in the forehead. There's a hole in the prosecution's argument. Clearly, Mr. Nigmar...
Looking at this photo, another possibility does occur to me. Yes? What does the letter tell us? That the defendant had a reason he couldn't refuse his teacher's wishes. Bingo, pal! That's why the defendant popped him one in the forehead. Oh? The defense disagrees. You see, the defendant had another choice he could make. Objection! Objection! What? And you can prove that with this photo? I can prove he had a choice, yes. The defendant might have fired like he was ordered, but he didn't shoot the victim's forehead. Well, let's hear what you're thinking, Mr. Wright. If he didn't shoot the victim's forehead, where did the defendant shoot? Take that! The clown doll? Take a closer look. See? It's been shot in the forehead, too. Ugh! There's a hole in its forehead. Yes, and a hole in the prosecution's claim. Objection! Objection! Ha! And I suppose you have a reason as to why he shot the clown doll? He didn't just shoot the doll. He shot the doll's forehead. His forehead? Ah! Let's read the orders once more, shall we? You will shoot one shot square in the forehead, which is exactly what he did. He shot the clown doll square in the forehead. The defense has raised an intriguing possibility. That hole in the clown's forehead, it definitely looks like it was shot. Bailiff, send someone to investigate this matter. Objection! I admit I'm impressed. I expected nothing less. Still, that does not mean he didn't shoot. Objection! Perhaps he did have to shoot a forehead as ordered, but the letter says nothing about whose forehead. This was the only way he had to follow his orders without taking a life. The bullet hole in this clown doll's forehead does demand an explanation. It might very well be a clue. Yet Prosecutor Gavin is right. It alone does not prove the defendant's innocence. You cannot say for sure that the defendant didn't shoot the victim. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. How sad it is to see the mighty fall. How sad it is to see the novice's overconfidence. He doesn't realize just how big this little hole is going to get. Detective Gumshoe, please take this newfound fact into account as you continue your testimony. So what if he shot the clown? Still shot the victim, pal. Oh, I disagree. Fires one real bullet. Barrel marks match bullet found in victim. No fingerprints found. That, ladies and gentlemen, is objection! The trickiest cases often seem the simplest. Prosecutor Gavin, you missed the bullet hole in the clown's forehead. If you hadn't missed that, you might have come to a very different conclusion. Understand? Yeah, but like I just said, pal, after you shot the clown in the forehead, you went and... Objection! Did nothing of the sort to the victim. The pistol proves he could not. The murder weapon? How? It's quite simple, Your Honor. This pistol only holds one bullet at a time. If he had shot the clown in the forehead, he couldn't have shot the victim too. Yarg! Objection! That's not a contradiction, not even close. Honestly, I do see the pistol at the short. Objection! Oh, and where did he get the extra bullets? They're not so easy to come by, you know. If you claim the defendant had one ready, then prove to us how he got it. Yes. I had a feeling this wasn't over yet. As this party's just getting started. And I haven't proven anything yet. Books and starting records. And a lack of humility. What's this? It seems that the prosecution has another witness prepared. Like I said, Herr Detective, was just a moment that. Ugh. Now that the audience has gotten a taste of what's to come, they're ready. Ready for what? For my decisive witness, of course. A witness who you will find to prove one thing for us. That was Zach Kermai who shot the victim in the forehead. Very well. We will pause for a 15-minute recess. This might be my lucky break. I'll need that 15 minutes to talk to my client, Zach. Court is adjourned. And we're already at the first part. So we're already through the first segment of this case. Except here's the thing. This is only about... I've only been doing that for about half an hour. And I usually try to keep my breaks to about 60 to 90 minutes. So I think I might just go with it. Because I believe... Looking ahead of my notes here. Yeah. Alright. I think I'm gonna save here. And we're gonna just keep going with this. So. Sorry, no intermission this time. We're just gonna go right into it. There will be an intermission after this part, though, because I do need a second to load in everything for the next part. And the next part's going to be a long boy, so I do want to break before that as well. So, April 19th, 11:21 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Very impressive, Mr. Wright. I have to say I expected nothing less. We've only just begun. I was hoping you could tell me a bit more about what happened, actually. I did not think you would believe me if I told you. Better let you discover the truth for yourself. I was thinking of you, you know. I think we need less thinking and more talking. That night in the hospital, what really happened? The way your eyes gleamed. You'll scare Trucy. Speaking of which, where is she? You have seen the problem yourself. 11. One shot in the forehead. One, right? Yes, and the reason he speaks of. I cannot deny my mentor's wishes, even if it meant my own death. Why not? This is something I will not say. For now, at least. What's this for now business? I've done many things in my life. Some important. This across. You wanted to know about the night of the incident. Finally, this guy sure likes to take his time getting to the important stuff. Of course, I had no intention of shooting my mentor. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time. Found upon his bedside table 2 pistols. 2? Yes. One I had used on the stage. One that had been used by my partner, Valent. Sorry, thumbnail. Oh, the Zach and Valent's quick draw thing. My mentor had the look of one sleeping. I stood by his bedside, hearing only the light sound of his breathing. Then I took the pistol to my head. I cannot deny that my resolve faltered then for a moment. Faltered? You mean you thought about shooting him? Well, there was a reason I could not refuse his request. His last such request was first. So, there were other requests you couldn't refuse before. To be honest, I've always been steadfast. And I fear I brought pain upon Trucy. Maybe coercing his disciple somehow? Just what was going on in your mind? Yet, again, I didn't shoot him. Instead, I turned and shot the clown. I took the pistol I had fired and placed it in my pocket. In your pocket? I believe if you examine the bullet in the clown's head, you will find it to be different than the one of my mentor. What were those called? Rifling marks. Yes, well, that is all I have to tell you concerning the case. You mean there's something else you can tell me? You are a fascinating man, Mr. Wright. Thanks. Yes, there is something. My mentor. His eyes opened. What? Magnificer Mari? The old devil. He was not asleep, you see. Of course, the gunshot would have woken him anyway. There we had a last discussion as mentor and pupil. It was not a long discussion. 10 minutes or so. What did you talk about? Mr. Wright, did I not just tell you? It does not concern this case. Mari. He seems pretty steadfast to me, or maybe just stubborn. Mr. Wright, your presence is requested in the courtroom. Once again, I am in your hands. Right. Let's get back in there. Oh boy. April 19th, 11:37 a.m. at District Court, Courtroom number 7. Court is now back in session. Dumbing obvious as a bullet was found and dug out of the clown's head. Well, this is news. And the rifling marks? There wasn't time to do a detailed analysis. So they did find that the type matches in one of them. Well, that's not very conclusive, is it? Which is why I'm about to hold my very decisive witness. Your decisive witness. How many times have I heard those words? Though they often turn out to be less decisive than you think. I'm quite confident this witness will do the job. After all, he is intimately acquainted with the players in our little production. Being the other half of Troop Gramari's famous duo, Zack and Valant. Valant Gramari. So, integrate with Nikki's other disciple. Perhaps we'll start by asking your name and occupation. Valant Gramari, magician. And you're the decisive witness, are you? You can prove your fellow student, your partner's guilt. Fate. A grand illusion, filled with traps and tricks. Wait! The shooting took place in the hospital after 11 o'clock at night. If you're a witness, does that mean you were there that late? If one were to deduce this logically, the conclusion is yes! Okay. Don't I? I have an interesting fact. You see, several days before the crime, my witness received this. That looks very familiar. Wait! That's the same letter that Gramari received! Yes, or perhaps I should say, ta-da! Order! 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 And what does it say? It's surely not the same thing. Perhaps you should see for yourself. 11th student, Balance. To you I entrust the task of blowing my life's curtain will come on the 13th, 11:20 p.m. I've already a gun with which you will shoot one shot to square in the forehead. You cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. Why, it's practically the same. The court accepts this into evidence. The second letter adds to the court record. This is most unusual. Exactly what was going on with you folks? What exactly was your trip to Mari up to? By which you mean? I'm just having trouble envisioning a man who would ask his students to kill him. Both of them, no less. It's just my opinion, Herr Judge. But from these letters, I say he was coercing them, not asking them. We walked the magician's path together, and in so doing shared much of our lives. People are so close, they're strained. What kind of relations, you might say? Yet this has nothing to do with the case at hand. Which mean you're not going to tell us. Which makes me wonder even more about this reasoning of views. Well, let's get on with the testimony for starters. The defendant, Zachary, stands accused. Tell us why. I'll do more than that. For where he walks, the red roses rise, singing hymns to the miracle that is magic. Fascinating. Though I hardly need to remind you that the evidence could just as clearly point to you as the suspect. The letter, the murder weapon, and now 2 bullets found at the scene. In fact, the only difference seems to be the designated time. As every magician knows, timing is everything. Yes. And now it is time to get this party fired up. That night, I visited the hospital room at the time that he requested. The smell of gunpowder hung in the room, and my mentor had taken his final vow. I did not imagine my fellow student might have received the same instructions. The deal with the dead is still a deal. That sweet kiss I gave to the clown. Then I informed the doctor and the police. So he shot the clown. So you were the one who reported the crime, and also shot the clown. God damn it. That complicates things. Indeed. I would think this fact alone would clear my name of suspicion. Let's not jump to any conclusions. Yes, the cross-examination generally comes before the conclusions in this court. But if your testimony proves to be true, then the defendant, Zachary, is guilty. And if it wasn't Zachary, then the killer was you, Valent. No disappearing act will get you out of that. Cross-examination time! Night of the crime. That night, we visited the hospital room at the time we requested. Gunpowder hung in the room, my mentor had taken his final vow. I did not imagine my fellow student might have received the same instructions. If the deal with the dead is still a deal, that's a kiss. I go to the clown. Hold it! There were 2 bullet holes at the scene, one in the victim and one in the clown. So you're saying the one who shot the clown was you? No doubt my partner Zach had said much the same thing. Yeah, because whoever did shoot the clown committed murder. I'm gonna dig around here a bit more and see what I turn up. Mr. Valent, let me ask you about something else concerning the crime scene. Namely, how many pistols were there when you entered the room? By which you mean what precisely? 2 pistols were used in the Zach and Valent quick-draw shooting, correct? 1 for each of you. You were well informed, yet one of my old friends is Zach in the hospital. Of course, I had no intention of shooting my mentor. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time, and found there upon his bedside table 2 pistols. I took the pistol I had fired and placed it in my pocket. I see no problem with that statement. Only one pistol is visible in the photograph of the crime scene, after all. So you picked up that pistol and fired it? Indeed I did. Ala Kazan. Ala Kazim. Ala Kaboom. Is the number of pistols really so important? The number of pistols is quite important, Your Honor. Very well. Please add this detail to your testimony. What can I do but obey? Only 1 pistol was in the hospital that night and hit my shoulder clown.
Objection! According to the defendant, Zachary, when he entered the room, there were 2 pistols on that table.
2?
One of those pistols he used to shoot the clown in the forehead. Then he left with it in his pocket. Of course, this is what he would say. Unlike the hapless clown, we must assume our defendant has some brains in his head. Well, what about what Mr. Valent has told us? You see, there is something about his testimony that doesn't make any sense. What might that be? I told you, I took the pistol that was there and shot the clown. That's your story, at least. But the rifling marks tell a very different story, Mr. Valent. Recall what Prosecutor Gavin told us. We compared the bullet taken from the skull to the bullet fired from this gun. The rifling marks Mr. Valent, if you fired this pistol, then you shot the victim in the forehead. Order! 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 Well, this is all rather sudden. Objection! What have I done? Prosecutor Gavin? I always like to apologize. Sorry for what? You see, I was unaware that tools used in the fact. The analysis of the rifle marks will the type of gun that fired. Objection! But that's not what you told us before. You said you verified the murder weapon. Which is why I'm apologizing to you now, quite sincerely. Would you hold me accountable for mistaking my... That was just this morning. I'm still young. And I might add, it wasn't really my fault. Because the defendant had been admitted to one of the scene of the crime, we would not be having this pleasant discussion now. Valent, yes, Your Honor. You were presented to this court as a decisive witness, but you've proven to be more divisive than decisive. Objection! Objection! You'll see in time. The testimony so far has merely been a review of the facts. The proof comes next. Care to elaborate, Prosecutor Gavin? When Mr. Valent entered the hospital room, the victim had already been shot. As his next testimony will prove, Herr Wright, the real fight is about to begin. Bring it. Very well. The witness will now testify to the court. Help us determine who shot what. I arrived in the hospital room at the appointed time, which is to say 11:20 p.m. After discovering the body, I fulfilled my obligation, then called in the doctor. The doctor examined the body before the police arrived. It was quite clear about the time of death, 11:10 p.m. And the one in the room at the time was my partner, not me. Those times are rather close, you have to admit. You're talking about an alibi established over a matter of minutes. To use a 10-minute discrepancy as the basis of your alibi is easy to explain in this situation, Herr Judge. For example, take our debut hit single, 13 Years Hard Time for Love. Cue to the song, press the play button, and it will play for 2 minutes 15 seconds. Do it 100 times and the result is the same. The debut single was only 2 minutes and 15 seconds long? What a rip-off. Magic is a world of utmost precision, hocus pocus, requires admirable focus. And in the time of death determined by the doctor there is an incontrovertible truth. Very well. The prosecution warns us that we're dealing with rather precise times, and we can expect the cross-examination to require the same level of precision. Oh boy. I would hope their defense refrains from its customarily broad, sweeping accusations, lest we blur the focus of the case it so clearly demands. Point taken. Baseless remarks will result in a penalty. Carry on, Mr. Wright. Carry on, Wright. Okay. Baseless remarks. You're gonna get penalized. Better be careful with my pressing.
the body had fulfilled my obligation and called the doctor. To examine the body before the police arrived. It's quite clear about the time of death.
Hold it! I don't think I'm stepping out on a limb to say I have some doubts about this. How could the doctor be so precise with the time?
You usually only get an estimated time of death. True. I'm not sure I've heard of a verified time of death.
Magic reviews in making the... Whoops, hang on. Back up. Magic revels in making the complex appear simple, but the reality is the opposite.
What appears complex in this case is a simple matter of subtraction. I see another person has done their arithmetic homework.
The point here is the IV the victim was taken. It is quite visible in the photograph of the scene. You know what also is visible? That bloody needle! But I digress. Recall what we heard earlier about the victim Magnifico's schedule. Every night at 11 o'clock at Magnifico took an IV trip for 30 minutes.
We can see the IV bag right there, yes.
Now, look a little closer. Follow the tube down from the back to the end. Oh. Ah!
The needle's been removed.
Doubt is it fell out when she was shot.
That would seem to be the case.
When the needle comes out, the IV no longer drips. Ah! So you could just measure the remaining IV liquid. Precisely. The IV liquid functions for our purposes as an hourglass of sorts. This is how the doctor determines the time of death. From the amount remaining in the bag, it was determined that the IV had stopped 10 minutes after administration began. Okay. Approximately 10 minutes have passed since the IV began. Noted. And so it was when I Valent entered that room. 10 minutes had passed since that horrible crime was committed. And this is proof. Well, Mr. Wright? That seem important? Kind of important, yeah. Very important. Well, seeing how it is the biggest clue we have to the time of death, I'd say it's very important.
Agreed. It would be hard to imagine a more precise way to determine a time. Behold the power of arithmetic. Very well. The witness will add this detail to his testimony.
Sometimes the most magical thing of all is the truth. The water of life springs not eternal. The remaining IV liquid proves my innocence. Aha! Hold it! Did you notice the IV yourself by any chance? When first entered the room, the stench of gunpowder assailed me. Next, the mark of death upon my mentor's forehead. Then his left arm did I spy a rose wilted. Thorn discarded IV needle. Knocked from the vein by the force of the shot. If that IV had not been there, you might be a suspect. Indubitably so. I might say it's thanks to my lucky color. Your lucky color? Indeed. And today I would proudly upon my suspect self. For it always without fail brings me luck. Why, when Zack and Valent won the first Magician's Grand Prix? Yes, the very one held by the Association of International Magicians. I was adorned in this attire then too. Trophy, a bust. What a day that was. Ugh, this is a trip down memory lane that no one needed. My lucky color, yes indeed. And Ivy too. I say I think 'twas hued, especially for me, Valent. That does seem to be the case indeed. Well, Mr. Wright? Hi, Emma. Any thoughts on this testimony? Valent sure looks happy with himself. Okay, how about this? Lucky color testimony. Well, lucky color testimony, eh? I at least believe there's a bit of a contradiction. Either that or Valen's colorblind, which I doubt. It certainly sounds like your lucky colors brought plenty of luck, but not this time. Mr. Valent, your lucky colors betrayed you. I'm afraid you lost me. Your Honor, the witness's testimony just now clearly contradicts the evidence. What? Please recall my warning at the beginning of this cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Baseless accusations will be duly penalized. I do hope this latest accusation is well-based. Don't worry, I've got all the bases right here. Very well, let's hear the defense's claim. Where is your evidence that contradicts what Mr. Valent has told us? Take that! Crime scene tells all, Your Honor. The photo of the crime scene. All this talk of color has me yearning for black and white, clear-cut simplicity. Tell us, Herr Wright, just what is the contradiction in this photo? My pleasure, and I assure you it's quite simple. But I can't promise anything in black and white. Let's hear what Mr. Wright has to say. What in this photo contradicts witness's testimony? Well, I'm not sure if you noticed, but Valent Grimari wears a lot of yellow, and he says that is his lucky color. However, this ivy... Now, I could be colorblind, and I will give that entirely fair reasoning. Yep. It would be great if we could talk on Discord. Possibly. I am, of course, recording right now. And also live, so I do apologize. I will maybe chat with you after the cast. But I can certainly do that as well. Anyway, going back to this, I have reason to believe that I believe should be yellow. Valent Grimari, let's get one thing straight about your lucky color. It's yellow, yes? Kind of takes the mystery out of it, but yes. Yep. I will certainly do that. Is something wrong with yellow, Mr. Wright? Yes, there is. Decisively wrong, in fact. Take another look at the photo of the crime scene. What's this? Confusion, doubt. Tell us, what do your elderly eyes spy? Well, even my elderly eyes can see a problem here, Mr. Valent. Look at that IV bag. Ack! What is this? What foul magic? Yep, I will certainly do that. I am not going to be live on Friday, so I think I should have some time in the afternoon. We can certainly chat then. It would be hard to call the IV liquid yellow, and I'm afraid no magic was involved in the taking of this photograph. Alakazoo! Order! 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 What does this mean? Objection! This is some kind of mistake. Yes, Prosecutor Gavin. Your witness's mistake. Greener they are, the harder they fall. I suppose there's no substitute for experience. Valent Grimari, as you reminded us several times, your lucky color is yellow, but the IV is clearly not. Well, this contradiction can mean only one thing. Objection! Objection! And to think, you almost had me. Duh? I see your true colors now, is Attorney Phoenix Wright. Something you'd like to tell us, Prosecutor Gavin? As far as this court can tell, the witness's testimony does contradict the evidence. Yes, a contradiction. One that I shall be pleased to hand right back to Mr. Wright. How do you mean? How? Because the witness has made her own mistakes. I agree at a glance, the IV liquid does appear sort of greenish yellow. But I assure you, the liquid itself is quite yellow. Yellow liquid? How can you say that?
As far as I can tell from this photo, it's green.
Yes, but what color is the IV bag itself?
L.
Of course he's gonna go with that. Freaking color theory, of course. Bag? You mean the plastic bag on the hook?
It looks like a, I want to say light blue?
Precisely. I figured it out yet? Put a yellow liquid in a blue bag and you get green. This, incidentally, is the liquid's true color.
I think I may have bumped the button again.
Nope.
I see. Your explanation does have a ring of truth to it.
Objection!
As I thought. There's no substitute for experience, Prosecutor Gavin. What? You may tell a good tale, but you've just proven something rather grave. For you, that is.
Grave?
The liquid in the IV is yellow, yes. But how did this witness know that? It's quite unnatural when you think about it. You did think about it, didn't you?
Your Honor, the defense requests an explanation from the witness. At the scene of the crime, the IV liquid appears to be green. So let me ask, how did the witness know the IV liquid was actually yellow? Alakazam! Order! 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 Mr. Wright, you will explain this at once. The witness clearly knew the color of the IV liquid, so I'm sure it means something. But what? I can think of only one possibility, Your Honor. The witness, Valen Kamari, has testified that the IV liquid was yellow because... Well, I'm kind of tossed between the two of these, so I'm double checking my notes here to make sure that I've got them. Oh. Well, some help my notes are. My notes literally say for this part, anything but it looked yellow. Do not choose option 1. Option 2 or 3, your call. So, I have reason to believe, personally speaking, he's testified that the IV liquid was yellow because he knew the IV's liquid color. From the facts before us, the answer is clear. The witness knew that the IV liquid was yellow. Why? Because he'd seen it before. But not inside the blue bag he's seen the photo. He saw the liquid by itself in a clear, colorless bag. I suppose you would have had to, but I'm still not clear as to what it all means. Ask yourself, why would he know if he didn't work at the hospital? That's where you'll find your meaning, Your Honor. Objection! I'm afraid I find nothing. So much if he knows the IV colors, liquid colors. Leaves it getting excited over absolutely nothing to our team involved in fans, yeah? Objection! The IV liquid is the only evidence proving the time of death. A 30-minute hourglass with 20 minutes worth of sand remaining. Your claim, Prosecutor Gavin. I remember it well. However, there is a critical difference between an hourglass and an IV bag. Wait, I know! An hourglass uses sand, but an IV bag uses liquid. I'm right? As much as it pains me to say this, Your Honor, no. Unlike the sands through an hourglass, IV liquid enters the patient's body. At which point, like magic, it disappears. However, what if the amount of IV liquid had increased? You couldn't tell, could you? After all, there's no way of knowing how much went in. Objection! Let me get this straight, Gavin. You're saying is that this watered down the victim's IV bag? Not with water, but with IV liquid. That's how you knew the IV liquid was yellow. Now wait, I said wait! How am I an amateur such as myself to say to perform such a task? Objection! From an amateur too, but I can pour water into a cup. Objection!
I'm afraid there's quite a big difference between a cup and an IV bag. Quite. Can you prove our witness is capable of such a feat? Has a point, amateurs. I, at least, would have some difficulty pouring IV liquid into that bag. You need to be an expert to see the look on the witness's face. He added liquid to that IV to throw off the time of death. I'm tired of these fairy tales lacking evidence. Well, Mr. Wright, any solid evidence to bring us back down to Earth? Valak-Amari, I'm afraid your magic won't serve you well in a life of crime. Might I ask what you're strongly suggesting? Magic relies on props, and props become evidence. Our witness was certainly able to increase the amount of IV liquid in the bag. All he had to do was work a little magic, and that prop in particular was none other than this. Take that! The victim's syringe. It's the perfect prop for the magically increasing IV trick, and easy enough for an amateur to use. Objection! Objection! What kind of evidence is that? The syringe was clean, not a trace of liquid in it. Objection! And don't you find that odd, Prosecutor Gavin? What? The victim had the syringe to administer his insulin shots. There should have been traces of insulin left inside. Well, Valak-Amari, as you pointed out yourself, the IV liquid makes a perfect clock. One that you could manipulate at will. Galakazag! I do believe, well, with this being his first, that the burden of this trial has been a bit too much to bear for Prosecutor Gavin. I'm afraid that while there is a doubt to the amount of IV liquid in that bag, the time of death cannot be proven. And that brings our trial to a close for today. Well, I can squeeze an extra day out of this. A little much needed investigation work. I see there are no objections.
What is that shit?
Uh-oh. Truly, there's no substitute for experience. Nothing blinds one to the truth so effectively. A word to the wise, underestimate the young, and so sweep your feet out of evil. They never ever respect you. You see, I know exactly what you're thinking. What's he talking about? You say the business uses a syringe to manipulate the level of the IV liquid, but there's no proof. There's no proof he didn't do it either. That's quite true. Huh? Is it admitting it? Nor was this witness quite as decisive as I hoped. This item is, after all, quite linger in the past and such so much. You have something in mind, Prosecutor Gavin? Proof, Herr Judge. I have another way to prove my case. With evidence, no less. What's this? This is the victim Magnifico Marius' diary. Diary? After going into his hospital, Magnifico began writing his memoirs, it seems. The story of his birth, his story of review, and of meeting his disciples. It seems he intended for the last chapter to end quite appropriately with his death. Wait, that book doesn't say what the reason was, does it? The reason why his disciples could have refused his last request? Certainly it does not. What's important here is on the last page. Apparently, the victim wrote in his journals that night, even after the IV bag had begun at 11 o'clock. Let's read it, shall we? This does appear to have been written just before his death. The court accepts this into evidence. Wait just a minute. Reviews diary added to the court record. Reads the very last part with particular care. This journal may end here, or it may go on. It's not long, because that depends on his hand. Of course, by his, he refers to the defendant, Zach Lamar. That would make sense, yes. He was the first scheduled visitor, after all. But look at what you said before that. This journal may end here, or it may go on. It may go on. Magnificamai intended to write again. That is, if Zachariah didn't pull the trigger. It seems the defense understands the meaning of this. The victim's diary does not go on. It ends. Because Magnifia's life was brought to an end by the defendant, Zachariah. Oh, I think I know what I need to do. Order! 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 Prosecutor Gavin, are you certain that Magnificamai wrote this? There's no mistaking his handwriting. Well, this does seem to be significant. According to this, Magnifi did intend to continue his diary. Yet, if his diary ended here, which plainly it did, then the one who pulled the trigger was the first visitor. Zachariah. Well, how do you like me now, Wright? I'm trying to come over to this. Problem is, this page is ripped. Diary. It's the last page. Diary ends here. Huh? What's this? Looks like a page was ripped out. Isn't that interesting? No, can't I just compare it to the... Can't I just compare with the other page? Please? Leave the rest to them. First, should consume this journal may end here or may go on, but not long. It depends on his hand. All that is left to mine is to lay down this pen. I wanted to put the two pages side by side, but, you know... Still too green for your tastes? It's right about the diary being pretty clear. Still, I find it hard to believe that he overlooked such an obvious problem with his precious evidence. Well, Mr. Wright, the witness's testimony we heard was lacking. But put together with this evidence, it seems quite sufficient for a case. And accepted like this, the trial's over. Show them something. Well, I'm left with no choice but to show my own evidence. What? You have some evidence that overturns this diary? It's not too late to rethink this and avoid more embarrassment. Very well. Please show us your evidence, Mr. Wright. Incidentally, don't even think of showing us this diary I've just shown the court. Now that we've come this far, I hope you have something a little more decisive. Show us evidence that proves that it can continue this diary. Alright? I'd be happy to. Decisive evidence proving that the diary didn't end with a page is... this. First, take a close look at this diary. Note that a page has been clearly ripped out. Has clearly been ripped out. What's this? I hadn't noticed that at all. That's why we're still here talking about this. As it just so happens, I have here what I believe to be the missing page. Alec, I don't believe it! Looking at this page, it's hard to imagine that the first visitor that night shot Magnificamai. That's the defense's position. Wait, let me see that. What? Sam Hill? Why, this is a continuation of the victim's diary. Note the torn edge of the page. It's a perfect match with the torn remains of the last page in McNeefy's diary. Quite remarkable. Would you care to explain what all this means, Herr Attorney? The diary continued after his first visitor came, which means that the victim was still alive after Zach Gramari left, leaving no one to take his life but the second visitor. Valiant Gramari. No! No! The handwriting, too, matches that on the other pages. This is, without a doubt, the genuine article. Order! 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 But wait! That's impossible! That old man couldn't have written that! Objection! Objection! Finally. You just couldn't resist, could you, Herr Wright? Resist what? Presenting solid evidence? Herr Judge? Yes, Prosecutor Gavin. Might I request we put the cross-examination on hold? The prosecution would like to call a new witness. But, Prosecutor Gavin, this evidence overturns the current witnesses. I ask only to put it on hold. Please. My new witness has very, very important piece of testimony to give. 5 minutes, no more. I promise, Your Honor. Well, if you put it that way. Mr. Wright, what's your take on this? Well, Your Honor, judging from his enthusiasm, we'll have to hear this new testimony sooner or later anyway. So might as well be sooner. Then, though this is highly, highly irregular, we will put the current cross-examination on hold. The witness may step down. Now, Prosecutor Gavin, please bring the surprise witness to the courtroom. I had a bad feeling just then. That ripped-out page was too obvious. He must have known. I should have known it was a bad sign all around. Holding trial with no audience is a first, even for me, Prosecutor Gavin. I beg the court's understanding. But I had to make a judiciary deal with the witness to secure his testimony. A judiciary deal? The details of his testimony may have some legal ramifications, shall we say. I thought it best to contain the information to this room. Very well. And you are the witness, I gather. Yes, sir. State your name and occupation for the record. My name is Drew Mitchell. I'm a painter. A painter? And you are somehow related to this case? No, well, not per se. I have one simple question for this witness. Mr. Mitchell, is it? Do you know what this is? Oh, yeah, I know well. How's that possible? Have you seen this diary page somewhere before? Oh, yeah. I mean, I made it. You... what? You made it? Yes. You might call it one of my works. The prosecutor's office received a tip-off yesterday. Illegal evidence has been prepared for the trial of Zach Gramari. Illegal evidence? I initiated an investigation and found this witness. Painters through the world at large, but your mission has another side to myself. He is skilled in making perfect reproductions of certain scenes. Poetry is another word. Forgeries? Well, so we are to understand that this page here is a fake, prepared by a certain defense attorney. Objection! Hold it! I didn't prepare this evidence. Objection! The attorney speaks. Something about this page, I presume. But what is he saying? It makes no sense. After all, it was you who presented this evidence to us, Phoenix Wright. Witness, Mr. Misham, was it? Who requested this forgery? Who was your client? That, I don't know. What? Well, most of my clients prefer to remain anonymous, even to me. I make the items they want and receive my payment. That's the extent of my contact with them. Objection! But there's no proof this is a fake. It's a fake. Huh? To avoid just this sort of problem, I always put a special mark on my works. And I can say without a doubt, this is mine. Huh? What? Mr. Wright, you have just presented illegal evidence to this court. My court. It was careless of me. That's all I can say.
Oh boy. Here.
What's this?
I don't know. I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. He said it was really important.
It was all a trap. A fatal trap. Mr. Wright? Yes. Do you have an explanation for yourself? If I did, would the court hear it? Probably not. Forging evidence is a serious crime. Presenting it in court is a serious mistake. A fatal mistake for an attorney. Fatal, too, perhaps, for your client, I fear. Tell me, what kind of defendant relies on forged evidence? The answer is quite clear. The guilty one. Objection! Your Honor, wait. I understand that presenting forged evidence in court is a serious crime, but you cannot hold my client responsible for actions I undertook as an individual. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. Your Honor? A close call, I dare say. If the prosecutor's office hadn't received that tip, things would have gone the way you wanted, huh? I even gave you a chance. Too bad you decided not to sink before embarrassing yourself. I see no need of further discussion on this matter. Special witness dismissed. I'm like completely hidden right now because I'm just completely... What? Okay. I'm going to finish this and then I'm going to take a bit of a break because I'm going to need it. Like, honestly, I'm going to need a break after this part. Mr. Attorney? Yes? Could I ask your name? Phoenix Wright. Mr. Wright. I have seen and studied many people, but none like you. I'll remember you, Mr. Wright. Though I deeply regret having to declare a verdict in this way, this trial is over. You have the right to find a new attorney and make an appeal. However, this court must... Your Honor? Yes, Mr. Zack? There is one thing I wish to make clear. Today, in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. It is impossible. I'm afraid the defendant is quite mistaken. I most certainly have the authority to declare a verdict on you. Except, tell me, how do you plan on announcing your verdict when your defendant does not exist? doesn't exist? What are you talking about? I am talking about this. What? Mr. Ignamar! The defendant's escaped. Find him, quick! Bailiff, close all exits from the building. On the double, he must not be allowed to escape. That day, in that courtroom, a miracle occurred. The defendant, Shady Enigma, aka Zach Romari, did not just escape from court. He literally, unbelievably, vanished. Right before the bailiff's own eyes. No one ever saw him again, not since that day. This is a Grimari miracle. No verdict was declared. After all, the defendant didn't exist. That's how it happened. The trial of magician Zach Romari vanished, along with him for all eternity. The mysteries that remained behind were all solved, however, but not until 7 years later. Ladies and gentlemen, that is where Wright went wrong. And now, we try to put the pieces together using the Mason system to finish where we started and set things right again. But, unfortunately, I need to take a bit of a while here. And you might also notice some new faces on the intermission screen. Hi! I do apologize. I was hiding, yes, for the last little bit there. But mainly because I wanted to hang out here for a little bit. When we continue here on DNA Live, Apollo Justice, I almost said Phoenix Wright. We go back to Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney, and we use the Mason system to set things right. We'll see you in a few.
got a little something else to sip here. Hang on a sec. Holy frost. That was a long segment. Unfortunately, I don't have a face cam set up currently, but I'm legitimately shaking right now. Like that honestly got me. I mean, I knew that at some point the case was just going to make a huge downfall. I wasn't expecting it to be that soon. So, needless to say, we've got our work cut out for us. I'm going to spoil this a little bit here because I went and pulled up Strategy Wiki while I was gone, just to make sure that I was getting this done in the right order. We're now going to be moving forward to a segment where we will be investigating in a new way that we have never covered in any of the prior Ace Attorney games. We will have 8 memories in front of us, 4 from the past, 7 years ago, and 4 from around the present day. The locations are the Detention Center, Defendant Lobby number 2, Forced Bowl Club, Solitary Cell 13, Drew Studio, both past and present, and I guess Forced Bowl Club has 2 scenes actually present day, and then past Detention Center. So I guess I should say from 7 years ago, Detention Center, Defendant Lobby number 2, Wright and Cole Law Offices, and Drew Studio. 4 from the present day on Forged Bowl Club, Solitary Cell 13, Drew Studio, and the Sunshine Coliseum. We will choose one of them to enter, and if we have not finished, but we want to move somewhere else, we can choose to end the search and move where we want to. So the move option has been replaced by end search. If we've completed everything in one place, a check mark will be placed next to that choice. We need to make sure that there's a check in all 8 places, and then we have completed this investigation. So, with that said, thank you very much for tuning in to DMA Live here at twitch.tv/GammaArnold. I do have a couple of shoutouts that I would like to give as well. They didn't expressly request it, but Emma_Moisey. I want to give you a lurkers shout out for coming on out and hanging out with us in the chat. And also Mr. Ben the Millennium as well. Thank you very much for hanging out. We appreciate you both tuning in while you do whatever it is that you do. For everyone else, regardless if you can chat with us or not, thank you very much as well for watching DMA Live on Twitch. If you would like a free lurkers shout out, you can also type !lurk in the chat, and we'll give you an audible thanks for dropping on by. Other than that, I don't see any other alerts, actually, that I have to cover. So, with that in mind, I want to restate a couple other things before I get back into this. Firstly, schedule for the rest of this week is as follows. On both Saturday and Sunday, we're going to be doing Minecraft Stream Survival, both of which will be starting at 2 p.m., although the Sunday stream will be cut a little bit short because we're going to be going over to Nabasa's channel at 6 p.m. for the Board of Directors. We'll be playing some Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. On the 27th, we're going to be doing a super secret stream that will be starting between 2 to 3 p.m. during our usual game cleaning segment. And then the 29th, I'm going to be starting a little bit later at 5 p.m. Central, but it is our DMA Live Leap Day Special, where I will be live just chatting with you all for 4 hours while we have some conversations and discussions on going into March and the Metro Realm and everything else, as well as an opportunity for you guys in the chat to ask me anything. With that all said and out of the way, I do also want to give an additional shout out as well. find them. Hang on a minute. Blacksmith, who most recently was playing Super Mario Galaxy over at their channel. So, again, thank you very much for hanging out and for being a part of DMA Live as an associate, Mr. Blacksmith Zows. With that, I also have one final announcement I need to make because I was reminded we do have some stream incentives as well. After tonight, we will be taking a break from Apollo Justice Ace Attorney Trilogy, but for the Apollo Justice Trilogy, we will have 3 opportunities as well for a bonus stream during this playthrough. After reaching 50 followers, I will also play Turnabout Reclaim on the next Sunday stream, available after completion of the next part of the trilogy, Ace Attorney Dual Destinies. We will be starting that on Saturday, March 3rd. And that will be covered at the very latest on April 2nd, at the latest when reached. At 100 followers, DMA will also play through Turnabout Time Traveler on the next stream, available after the completion of Ace Attorney Spirit of Justice. This will also be covered on April 4th at the latest if reached. And finally, if we manage to reach 150 followers by March 30th, 2024, I will do a special stream on Easter Sunday, where I will showcase 2 episodes of Asinine Attorney on stream. The footage of which will be acquired from YouTube, as again, the Ace Attorney Trilogy does not, or the Apollo Justice Trilogy does not actually have Asinine Attorney on it. This goal must be met by March 30th, as I will only be willing to do this on Easter Sunday. With that said, it is just before 5 o'clock. We've been live for a couple hours, and it is time for us to head on back and pick things right back up where Wright went wrong to get into the Mason system. Mute. Going over to the Shadowcast scene. Oh, I'm still hidden. Getting on up here. Hi. Sorry. With that said, it is time that we finally continue this chapter. That trial 7 years ago was the beginning of it all. This, I know beyond a doubt. The mysteries of the past worked their magic on the present. But you'll soon be finding all of this out for yourself. Which of Magnifique Grimari's disciples pulled that trigger? Where did the vanishing defendant Zach Grimari go? What dark truth lurks behind the forged diary page? And what about the girl who was left behind? Activating the Mason system. Welcome, everybody. The past has left us these 4 keys to unlocking the truth. But that's not all. There are 4 keys in the present as well. And when all the questions have found their answers, the final trial will begin. But first, we need to chase the truth through then and now. Think of it as a game within a game. I, Phoenix Wright, will be your guide through this game. That terrible trial saw me present forged evidence. It ended half-finished when the defendant vanished. What became of me after that? Well, as your investigation proceeds, the answer will become clear. Oh,
And one more thing. There is something I must tell you. As Apollo Justice has his bracelet, so too do I have my own weapon of sorts. My Magatama. What does it do, you ask? That I would have you see for yourself. Well now, shall we begin? We can use the left and right to jump between the past and present, but let's begin 7 years ago, in the past. It is right after my last trial came to an abrupt end. Now that you know the game, let's play. So, for 7 years ago, we have 4 options at our disposal. We can either go to the detention center, to the defendant lobby number 2, to the Wright & Co. law offices, or to the Drew studio. Without further ado, let's begin. For now, the present is locked, so in the past, we start our investigation at the Wright & Co. law offices. The nightmare trial was over, and the new nightmare of figuring out what had happened had just begun. I wanted to wake up, to walk away, but I figured I'm the only one who could do this, probably. And besides, I had plenty of time, thanks to the Bar Association Review Board's decision. It's hard to work when your attorney's badge has been taken away. 7 years ago at the Wright & Co. law offices.
Ooh, morning, Daddy.
I'm so glad you came.
You okay, Daddy? Any picking on you?
I'm fine as always. This old boy is here to help you. That's young man to you. Good morning. Cute outfit you got on.
Thanks. First shows today, after all.
2 weeks had passed since then. I called her into my office. Tracy, there's something we need to talk about. It's been 2 weeks since your father disappeared. But we need to start thinking about your future. I did some calling around. This is hard to say, but you have no living relatives. So, I was wondering if you wanted to stay with me for a while. Just until your daddy comes home. It won't be long. I hope. Of course, it's totally your choice. If you don't like it here, you can go wherever you'd like. I could look up some places you might like to stay at. This is so weird.
Mr. Attorney, Daddy told me about you. He said I could trust you.
Huh? Really?
So, if I stay here, does that mean you'll be my family?
Huh? I guess so. Weirder.
Mr. Attorney,
Actually, why don't you call me Nick? Or you can call me Daddy if you like. Doesn't have to be today or anything.
okay, say Daddy.
That was quick. Yes?
If I move here, I have to switch schools, right? And I was thinking, I haven't paid for lunches at my last school for a year. So thanks, Daddy. Oh, in this office, it's a little blah. A little color goes a long way, you know. Oh, and Daddy, you got fired from work, right? Don't you worry one bit. I'll work twice as hard. We'll make it through this.
Juicy, how old are you?
Oh, I'm 8. But don't let appearances deceive you. I'm a young professional. Stick with me and you'll do just fine, Daddy.
Thanks. Why does it feel like she's already in charge? So, welcome to the Wright & Co. law offices. Ah, the nostalgia. This is how the office looked in the original trilogy, and it has been 2 weeks since Phoenix's
trial, and as you already expected, well, we've got all the evidence, but we're missing something kind of crucial. We no longer have a badge. So, no opportunities to flash our badge whenever we want, sadly. But here's one person I'd like to say hello to. Oh, Mr. Charlie! Mentor's favorite plant, Charlie. I guess watering Charlie is my only real job now. Wait! I have a child now! I can't feed Trucy like this! She probably needs more than the occasional watering, too, I'm guessing. Wright has already adopted Trucy. Also, an old movie poster hangs on the wall. Finally found out the title after not knowing for the longest time. Actually rented the movie the other day. Cried my eyes out. Ack! Thinking about it makes me tear up. Wait, it's just allergies. Really. I should show it to her when she's a little older. Wait, what was it called again? God damn it, Wright! Of course he'd forget. Anyway. So, Daddy, you got fired from being a lawyer, right? You could at least kind of look aside or something when you say that. It's actually kind of hard for me, for Daddy. Oh, I'm sorry, Daddy. Wait, is that foolish pride? My other Daddy always used to talk about that. Actually, that's pretty accurate. So, here's my idea. We'll make a new office. The law just seems so stiff, doesn't it? And no one will be my friend at school that way. Well, that would do, I guess. Just don't know how much about other than law. Or even much about law, if you were to ask some people. Maybe the problem is calling it an office. We should run an agency instead. You mean, like a talent agency? Forgive me for asking, but doesn't that require talent? You got me, don't you? I'm a professional. A professional? Yep. After all, I am directly descended from the famous Zachary. Directly descended. He's your father. Oh. And I'm directly descended from the famous Phoenix Wright, too. I think an 8-year-old just massaged my ego. Tell me a bit more about your daddy, Zachary. Daddy? Sure thing, Daddy. Which daddy was that again? Daddy's so amazing. The biggest star of Trip Grimardi. And they're big. The Grimaris. They were on television a lot. I haven't seen them on much recently, come to think of it. Big magic happens when you put Zach and Val and Grimardi together, you know. Once they made a giant waterfall right there on the stage. And this giant trout swam up the giant waterfall. Let me guess. There was a giant fisherman waiting for him at the top? I wish I could have seen more of Daddy's magic. Ack! I shouldn't have brought it up so soon. I wonder what will happen to me with Daddy and Mommy both gone. Mommy? Yeah, what about Mommy? I haven't heard anything about Trucy's mother. But I have my magic! And a great daddy, even if he is unemployed. You know, I think things are going to be okay. I wonder if she'll talk about her mother. So, Trucy, you're a professional? Yeah, it's like that thing they say. The baby frogs grow up to be frogs? They say that? I always thought it was funny, though. What was? Aren't baby frogs called tadpoles? And maybe they thought it would be easier to understand that way for kids. How stupid. Right. So, in conclusion, you're a professional magician, Trucy. That's right. Well, wanna see a trick? You're gonna do a magic trick? You know what? Sure. Actually, I would like to see a trick. The future of the agency depends on it, after all. That's it, Spirit. Ready? Here goes. Ta-da! Bats? It's hot. I gotta say, it's hard to be seen.
bag! Whoa, that was startling.
Amazing Mr. Hat. Isn't he great? Your friendly neighborhood Mr. Hat. At your service.
He certainly makes an impression.
Doesn't he? I'm so glad you like him, Daddy.
My routines do get a bit petty at times. Get it? Petty?
Friendly neighborhood Mr. Hat nearly gave me a heart attack. Using Mr. Hat has been added to the court record. Now, could you tell me about your mommy, if it's okay?
Mommy was so pretty. She was like an angel up on stage.
On stage? You mean with your daddy?
Yep. She was always there with Zach and Balance smiling. Then she went away.
Went away?
It was a grand illusion, but she made a mistake. She vanished, and I guess she didn't know how to get back.
Maybe so.
I cried then, a lot. That's when Daddy gave me this. Here. The locket.
Wait a minute! This is your mother? She's beautiful. Also looks kind of familiar for those that have been playing the game.
Her name's Lassa. Lassa Grimari.
I know her mommy had gone missing. And now her daddy's vanished too, right before her eyes.
Hey, Daddy. You won't.
Don't worry, I won't vanish. I promise.
Right. You can't even do magic. You're like a backup plan. Daddy always said to have a backup plan.
I guess all I rate as is a backup plan. Trucy's locket has been added to the court record as well. I think that's probably enough for today. Sorry to ask you so much all at once like that.
It's okay. After all, we're family. I just hope you're ready. The Wright Talent Agency opens tomorrow.
What? But are we representing anyone?
Me and you. That makes two, Daddy.
I think you need more than that to make an agency. Besides, you may be a magician, but I'm no talent.
Oh, I'm sure that's something you're good at.
Well, when you put it that way.
You mean you don't have any tricks? No old standbys? This will not do. A boy should always have a trick or two in his pocket.
Okay, I'll think of something.
That's the spirit. See you bright and early tomorrow, Daddy.
Welcome to the team, Daniel.
Team, right. Sometimes when magicians vanish, they leave something behind. That's how Trucy became Trucy Wright, my daughter. To be honest, I was pretty lost in those first few days. Thinking back on it, it was a pretty dark time in my life. Trucy, happy, smiling Trucy. She was my life. And we are now done with Wright & Co. Law Offices. That is 1 out of 8. Next, since we don't have anything left, I don't think we unlocked anything in the present, did we? No. I guess we continue back in the past with Defendant Lobby number 2. Seven years ago, District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. I apologize for the pause there, because after reading on Strategy Wiki, I just realized we're going to be meeting an old friend. Didn't think I'd be back here for a while. I didn't want to have to remember that day. Though I deeply regret having to declare a verdict in this way, this trial is over. Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Zack? There is one thing I wish to make clear. Today in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. What are you talking about? I am talking about this. Mr. Nigmar! The defendant's escaped. Find him, quick! Bailiff, close all exits from the building. On the double, he must not be allowed to escape. When I came here on that fateful morning, I still had my badge. But now, with the amputated limb, I can still feel it itching. Where do I start? I don't even have the authority to investigate.
Hey, you there, sir! Down on the hands, full on your head! Now, now, now! What's the big idea? My ears. Non-authorized personnel aren't allowed in here.
But that would mean all unauthorized personnel are allowed.
Zoink! I just say it like it is, sir. It's usually wrong. The precinct, my friends, my girl, and even my wallet.
We met before, haven't we? On a case 2 years ago?
No recollection of that, sir. Huh? For me, working on a case is always in the present progressive tense, sir. There is no past. There is only now, sir. Okay. You're the bailiff, right? Yes, sir. Court bailiff Mike Meekins at your service, sir.
I've asked to meet with the bailiff at this court who let the magician escape.
Let me try to make this as absolutely clear as possible for you, sir. It was me, sir.
But you were a regular police officer once, right?
Right? Well, sometimes bad things happen to good people, sir.
Something tells me it's a long story. Let's not go there. So, you were in charge of security at the time of the vanishing?
I'm dying over here. Oh, it's a hard knock life, sir. Thrown out of the precinct, lost my friends, my girl, and even my wallet.
I guess I wasn't the only victim. Last time we met, you were a police officer, right? In fact, you're still wearing your uniform.
Sir, I wish I didn't have to tell you this. But last year, tragedy struck a rising star at the precinct. I lost my case files 4 times in 3 days. They fired me.
That takes real talent, actually. They don't know what they're missing.
So here I am, sir, forced to start from square one, a lowly bailiff.
But your uniform...
I took it with me as a souvenir from the day I was fired.
That can't be legal. So, you were the one who let the magician get away that day?
I'm dying over here. A storm rises among the court bailiffs full of hope. Then tragedy strikes.
Is there anything you can tell me about it? About Zachariah's disappearance?
Oh, the humanity!
Okay, Jesus Christ, can you calm down at least? Lower the bar a couple? I'm afraid of blowing out my microphone just using this voice. I'm afraid of blowing out my microphone like this. Like, I kid you not, his voice is maxing out my headset. That's enough of that. Magician's disappearance.
Why, yes, I'd say it was around 2 p.m. when I heard a commotion in the court. I opened the door to see what I might be amiss. The door slams open, slam, and some guy in face right there in front of me, face!
So, you saw someone suspicious coming your way?
Yes, I, being bailiff of Little Standing, I gave chase. I chased that silk cat all the way down the hall, sir. I have a diagram of the court building here.
Well, I have a diagram... Oh, wrong line! I have a diagram of the court building here. Ooh.
Aha! There's courtroom number 7. That's where I was, sir. All by myself, merely a friend to call my own.
Okay. And which way did Zach Gamari run after bursting through the courtroom door?
He went up like this, and around the corner like that. So I, with no delay, ran after him with no delay. And when I turned the corner, I saw that the magic man had run into the defendant lobby. Swiftly I ran. Following him, I threw myself boldly into the room. Well, I remember it like I was right here, because it was lobby number 2, sir. You ran into this room? I don't see any place to hide in here. Believe it or not, sir, I didn't believe it. Here, in this room, the magician, gone, vanished in like a puff of smoke. Except there wasn't even any smoke. It was just gone. That's impossible. Yes, that word. Oh, how many times have I said that word? Even the sound of it causes me indescribable pain. I'm dying over here! Oh, okay, I won't say it again, promise. But you have to admit, it's difficult to vanish into thin air. Did you search the lobby? I searched. Why the pause? There was nothing here at all, sir. That's right, nothing was here, sir. You talk so loud and be hiding something. So Zach was in this room when he vanished. Absolutely, sir. I saw him with my own eyes. That red silk hat, that flowing cape. He ran right in here, right inside this room. Silk hat, cape, that's Zach, all right. But, sir, look at this room. There's not a single place to hide. Sir, there was nothing I could do, but nothing, sir. What about now? Have any ideas? Sir! Ideas about what exactly, sir, if you don't mind me asking? You've had quite a bit of time since then. Has nothing occurred to you at all? Do you have any idea what trick he might have used to disappear like that? Oh, Cyclops. I should have known. Tama, one of my most prized possessions, which I got during a certain case. Show me the locks on people's hearts. And if we unlock their hearts, they'll tell me their secrets. Magatama starts it all. Magatama ends it. Okay, Mr. Meekins. What do you know? Spit it out. Hey! What's the atmosphere in here all of a sudden? You know something, and I'm going to find out what. Zach Romari vanished from this room. How did he do it? How, sir? Well, sir, I can't say as I... Sir. Why are you so nervous if you aren't hiding something? Well, sir, you see, at the time, sir, I was here, and... listen, it was impossible! What could such a little girl possibly do anyway? What did you just say? Sir, did I just say something, sir? No, you screamed it through that megaphone of yours. There was someone else in the room, wasn't there? Sir, I'm gonna have to invoke my right to remain in a state of not talking. It's okay, Meekins. You don't have to tell me who Zach's accomplice was. I know who it was here in this room that day. Take that! I've never seen that girl until just the other day. Mr. Meekins, I'm not buying it. Sir! Sir, that day, she was here in the room, sir. But he wasn't! You mean you chased her into this room, not him? Sir, in my days as a police officer, literally days, I learned a thing or two. Okay, just one thing, but it was how not to mistake a girl for a 7-foot-tall magician. 7 feet? Zach isn't that tall, is he? You have a point. I find it hard to imagine that anyone would mistake a little girl for Zach Romari. But you saw something. And therein lies the trick. I think you know what it was, Mr. Meekins. Tell me, does this trick look familiar?
Take that! What's that? That girl's favorite trick, the amazing Mr. Hat. She uses it in her show down at the Wonder Bar. Have you been to the Wonder Bar?
So, it wasn't a walking dream, was it, sir?
Come again?
That night, on stage, I saw a vision, except it wasn't a vision. It was a hat.
An amazing Mr. Hat! He really exists! What?
I remember clearly, though the details are a little vague. As Sakramari exited the courtroom, I gave chase and cornered him in the corner room, sir. Sakramari, don't even think you can escape Meekins.
Down on your hands, floor on your head!
Hello? Something the matter, mister? No, that is... Sir, I'm currently chasing a suspect, sir. Sakramari, do you know him? Oh, I know Sakramari. His magic is the best. I am his biggest fan. I see. That's why you're wearing that costume you're wearing. Anyway, the very same Zach came into this room. But no one's been in here except me. But he has to be in here somewhere. Under the sofa, in the trash can, behind the painting, under the rug.
So, Trucy was his accomplice.
Imagine my astonished surprise when, 1 week later, I just happened to walk into a bar and see him!
Mr. Hat.
I couldn't believe my own eyes. For a while, I thought it had been all a long dream.
A dream that lasted a week?
But it wasn't the magician who disappeared. It was Mr. Hat.
Though it seems complex, what really happened that day was quite simple. You were standing by the door and out came Zach. But that wasn't all. Another person got in on the act. She was standing in front of lobby number 2. Along with Mr. Hat.
Ah, and that's the beauty of it, isn't it?
So, while you were standing in shock and amazement, the magician rounds the corner and most likely runs through the closest door, lobby number 1. This is where you come in. You turn the corner in a rather lukewarm pursuit, and at the very same moment, Trucy runs into lobby number 2. Then, all she has to do is tuck away Mr. Hat.
Sir, I only lost sight of him for the briefest of moments. Then I saw that cape, Sakramari's red cape, fluttering like a cape. Astounding, sir. All my days of posing queries and making inquiries and chasing queries. All my days of posing queries and making inquiries and chasing queries wasted. As if I could see them melting away like an ice cream cone left by the side of the road to die. With scattered remains of a messily eaten chocolate parfait.
Such sweet sorrows. I'm sorry. I had no idea how much you'd suffer on account of this case.
It's an honor, sir. I've apologized to people many, many times. Sometimes more than once. But this is the first time anyone's ever apologized to me!
Actually, about that girl. I'm sort of her guardian now.
Is that so? Sir, you should know that I harbor no ill feelings whatsoever in my harbor.
Okay.
I let the defendant escape. That's the stone cold truth. I'm just another step on my way from skinning the blues to wearing the blues. Someday, sir, I'll be standing side by side with the great Detective Gumshoe!
Mr. Meekins, this is a free ticket to the show at the Wonder Bar. If you want...
It's an honor, sir. Sir, I can count the number of things I have taken from me, sir. But no one's ever given me anything for free! Right. I'll see you in court next time then, sir.
I look forward to it. All eyes were on Zachary that day in court, until his mysterious disappearance. Now part of the mystery has been revealed, but the magician remained out of sight. It would be 7 years before I met him again. We now go to the present where the Borscht Bowl Club has been unlocked. With that, let's take a look and see where we are now. Also, again, voices from the past and present are going to be hecka different, so I do apologize in advance. With that said, Borscht Bowl Club, here we go. Present day in the Borscht Bowl Club. I'll be taking my leave now. Still have some work to do back at the office. And I guess I'll go back to my piano. To be honest, it's better when you aren't playing. This frigid culinary dungeons almost feels comfortable. Later then. 2 hours left on my shift. I wonder if we'll get any customers tonight. Do you know who I am? Who I am? No. But if you hum it, I can play it. Just kidding. I don't do requests. How about a different sort of request? You see, I play cards. Oh, a customer. I was just hoping someone would come in and save me from a night at the Keys. I seek a true competition, and heard the Borscht Bowl Club is a place for this. Now I see the rumor is true. And this is a friend of yours?
Don't mind me. I'm just your friendly neighborhood newsman.
He will not be playing tonight. When his business is finished, I shall send him home. Now, this competition will be between us, no others. The Wright Talent Agency represents 2 artists, and I'm number 2. I play piano. Well, sort of. It's actually just a front for my real talent, which is playing poker. Don't ask me how they got started. I don't remember. But I'm good. Real good. It didn't take long for the rumors to get around. Go to the Borscht Bowl Club and won a real game. That guy's never lost. People don't come to hear me tickle the ivory. They come to watch me play cards. Is this a seedy poker club? No, it's a restaurant. We don't play for high stakes. There's no money involved. Real players carry cash, and they're always thirsty. It's a handy source of income for the club owner. Then, let's compete. I'll take you to the room. The hideout, yes. But before we go... Yes? Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Shady Smith.
Oh, and I'm Brushel, Spark Brushel, news reporter.
Oh, I'm... No, Phoenix Wright. Huh? You must always look a man in the eye when you make your introductions. You still do not know who I am. Have we met? Today in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. What are you talking about? I'm talking about this. Mr. Nigmar! The defendant's escaped. Find him, quick! Bailiff, close all exits from the building. On the double. He must not be allowed to escape. You can't be. You're... Zachary?
Yes, the reincarnation act of the century. Pity I have only an audience of one. You.
Sacramore?
This must be a bad dream. In a sense, this guy ruined my life. You there.
Duh.
We will play soon. Ready the room.
Duh. I will be preparing the header for you.
Are you really him? The Zakramari? Now I'm Shady Smith. Remember this.
How many years has it been now?
6? In exactly 3 days from now, it will be 7. I caused you much inconvenience, I fear. Yeah, you could say that. Is she well? Trucy, I mean.
She's fine.
I've got her working already. I hope you don't mind. I need hardly express my gratitude, but you have it. This is why I've come. That, and to settle a matter of cards.
By which you mean poker?
Those eyes. He's serious. I despise losing above all else, and so I've decided that I will win tonight, no matter what it takes. I know this guy's type, and they're dangerous. Everything is about the competition. All else is secondary. Perhaps we should take this time to talk before we play. I know you have much to ask me. And I, you.
So, this leads up to the first case, Turnabout Trump. It's been a long 7 years, almost, since we lost the badge. Kristoff, of course, says his farewells and leaves us to a certain matter of important interest. A certain matter of important interest. Anyway, let's have a little chat with the Shady Smith while he's still alive. He competed that day 7 years ago, too.
Yes. You must have been surprised. He called me to the detention center out of the blue. 2, 1. Short on time. Lost. It's only a game of poker. Played a long time. Only lost twice. Was the first. And I killed, of course. You chose your defense attorneys by playing poker. Some are hired, others fired. When you compete, you see a man's true nature. You know what I'm speaking of. I know that you do.
Trucy's power?
Trucy? She is in a class of her own.
For 7 years, I've played poker here at the Borscht Bowl Club. I've never lost once. I'm good. Not that good. I win because whenever there's a big game, I bring in Trucy. She sends me signals. Just got a good hand. Chance to act quick. Better call him soon.
Can you tell me what her power is? Judge a person's thoughts by reading their reactions in the staple of performance magic. Those in Trucy's line possess far greater skill.
Her line?
Recall, you were the second man to whom I lost.
Magnific remark.
That was the first time I learned this power, as you call it.
Wait, so you're saying her power is genetic? It's just in the Grimari blood or something?
I'm sorry, but it is not something told lightly to outsiders. And it is nothing you need know at this time.
That's some kind of Grimari secret. Fine.
let's talk a little bit about Trucy. She is 15 this year. Still trying her best to follow in your footsteps, you know? Let's see. When I planned my disappearing act, it was the thought of her alone that gave me pause. Wait, you were planning on vanishing from the get-go? Yes, and for that I must apologize. However, I could not be found guilty that day because of this. This? A transferal of rights. You see the signature? A transferal. That's Magnifique Romari's signature, isn't it? All rights, the secrets I hereby give all rights to the secrets, staging, and performance of my magic. The recipient named below. The recipient's name is you, Zach Romari. Yes, it's I. Wait, this page looks torn. You recall the diary, yes?
First, take a close look at this diary. Note that a page has been clearly ripped out. As it just so happens, I have here what I believe to be the missing page.
Wait, let me see that.
How could I forget? The scrap of paper lost me my attorney's badge.
This is the real page that was torn from the book. Magnifique gave it to me that night.
You could have told me this earlier, 7 years ago.
Once again, I must apologize. It was all I could do to prepare for my escape. The greatest of Magnifique Romari's inventions are true art. As such, they are well protected by this document. Only its bearer may perform his illusions on stage.
Sounds like a pretty important thing to have your disciple.
As a rightful heir to his art, I too wanted a rightful heir.
Rightful?
I'm sure you know who I chose as my successor.
Your daughter.
That is why I have risked all to come here tonight. Brushel.
Sir! Here you go.
What's this? A letter passing the rights I have inherited to Trucy. I would have you sign here as a witness.
But I'm not a lawyer anymore. And you need a public notary, besides. I may not look like it, but I'm a certified notary.
You are?
By day I wear notary's glasses and Humphrey News. Also by day I wear reporter's glasses and notarize. When I take off the glasses, I can't see very well.
Your signature, please. This is the first reason I have come here tonight.
Transferal of rights added back to the court record.
I finally figured it out. Now I know why you've come out of hiding only now.
It's been 7 years, you said.
Precisely.
There's a law that covers your situation. After 7 years, the missing person is considered to be legally deceased. So if someone was to vanish from the face of the earth 7 years ago, they would lose all rights as a living person after 7 years from that day.
Not to mention all their possessions.
Exactly.
Which is why I'm here. I risk showing my face in public for the sake of this document. Before my 7 years are up. You might say, I am securing my daughter's inheritance.
But do you really need this document? Wouldn't Trucy inherit her estate automatically?
Not in this case, I'm afraid.
This case?
Yes, I received the performance rights from Magnifique Romari. However, this was done in secret without witnesses. Before Magnifique died, 2 potential successors to the repertoire were named. Myself, Zach Romari, and Gavin. Not Trucy.
I see.
So you do need this document. I've known Brushel since before I vanished. He's a man I trust. Now only 3 know of my rebirth. It took the liberty of looking into Trucy's background. I found you had no other close kin. As you say. It's kind of cool to say something about your mother. Everyone else does, but Trucy's mother is a mystery. This person in the photo is Trucy's mother.
How did you come by this?
Trucy showed it to me. She said her mother was gone. Then, so... Huh? She has more to say. Lots?
I know. Whoa, you're still here. According to my in-depth research, Trucy's mother, McNeefy Grimari's only daughter, end quote.
What? McNeefy's daughter? Is that true, Mr. Zack?
Brush.
You say too much.
Why am I the bad guy? Why?
Zack decked him. In any case, Mr. Wright, this discussion is over. Elsa Grimari, she is the most mysterious of the whole lot. I'll need to gather some more evidence clearly. Well, the prelude may have been longer than the main attraction. Shall we begin our game? My final competition? Final? Why? As you said, I've come out of hiding today to make this document legally binding. Once that is done, I shall slip once more underground. Without seeing your daughter? It would be best if I did not. 7 years ago, we played. 7 years ago, I lost. I already lost to McNeefy. I do not care to lose to another. And I have heard that you never lose. It's just a rumor. Yes, for it is impossible to never lose, unless one has an ace up one's sleeve. As a magician, it causes me no end of irritation. Making your lawyer like the outfit pulling the wool over so many eyes. Hey, I just signed your document for you. Maybe you could try lightening up. That was that. This is this. In my final competition, I will destroy your perfect record. Right? This will be my final performance. You are warned. This is beyond serious. Such a fun evening of cards. Partial, you may leave.
But it's your last game. I mean, what a scoop.
I punch and I punch.
I just remembered a prior engagement. Toodles, gentlemen. Oh, and nice meeting you, Piano Man.
Let us begin, Tinkler. You will be witness to our competition.
He dishonored them from me.
I've seen her around here before. That reminds me. I saw a familiar face as I entered this restaurant. Did not seem to notice me, however. Gavin. I believe was his name. You know him? After a fashion. Listen, Phoenix Wright. One can learn much from a true competition. Remember this. The Grimari power. I was close to understanding it, but I needed more. And I knew where to get it. Trucy's mother. I need to meet that reporter again. That was clear. One other thing. From the moment my final competition with Zack began that night, a name was running through my head. The name of a man now in prison. The name Zack Grimari knew. But how? And why? For the answer to that, we go over to fittingly named Solitary Cell 13. I also need to take a quick second here, because I forgot to turn on some lights. Hold on a second. Okay.
got some lights on in the studio, because it's getting dark. Real dark in here. Alright. We go now to Solitary Cell 13, where we find the killer of Zach, who was also known as Shady Smith. Present day, Central Prison, Solitary Cell 13.
Well, well, isn't this an unexpected surprise? What errand brings you down to my cramped confines?
Gavin.
This your idea of revenge, Phoenix Wright? Revenge for the events that took away your attorney's badge 7 years ago?
My past is like my logic, straight and true. Nothing's changed. All I did was point the finger of justice in the proper direction.
Fine. I'm glad we could have this little tea-to-tea, right? You look well, Phoenix Wright.
You too, Gavin.
Life has been full of surprises for both of us. I've no doubt you never expected to lose that attorney's badge of yours.
And I'll bet you never expected to wind up here. Shady Smith was the name of the man you killed. Did you know who he really was?
Who he was?
Zach Murray, you know, the defendant.
Of course. Did you say Smith was Zach? Impossible.
Don't even try to tell me it was a coincidence.
What did I just say? Life is full of surprises, don't you think?
After that trial, you were arrested and found guilty, but your motive was never made clear. A mistake I plan to remedy.
You're not an attorney anymore, Phoenix Wright.
What possible conclusion do you think this investigation of yours can lead to? I killed a man named Smith with a bottle because I'm an evil human being.
Isn't that enough?
Not for me, it isn't. I need to know why you did it, Gavin. You recall that case 7 years ago?
Ah, yes. The trial where Zach Murray pulled his famous vanishing act. My brother won his fair share of praise and adoration for that trial, as I recall. The genius prosecutor Rebel's crooked attorney, was it?
That was when I met you, wasn't it?
Was it now?
The Bar Association Review Board voted unanimously for the strictest punishment. Unanimous. Save for one dissenting opinion. Yours.
It was my brother who was responsible for putting you in that position, after all.
For 7 years, we've been friends. And yet, I still don't understand you.
Right.
Your friendship toward me was never pure. You suspected me then, as you still do now, don't you? Honestly, right now, I'm not sure what I think. You didn't just brain a guy with a juice bottle for no reason. Tell me why you did it.
Persistent, aren't you?
I came here because I remembered something. The night of our game, Zach Murray mentioned your name, Gavin.
Never mind this me. I saw a familiar face as I entered this restaurant. He did not seem to notice me, however. Gavin, I believe was his name.
After that, he was killed, and asked you to help him. Because I remembered your kindness back when everyone had turned on you. You seem to be in a bit of trouble. Something like that. Dead. Someone hit him. Hard. Me? Please. The cops should be here any minute.
hands. Should have come to that. I have to know. Why did you kill Shady Smith? No, Zach Grimari. Uh-oh. Whoa! I've never seen Cyclops like these. Dark, cold, full of despair. Can you even unlock these things? Something wrong, right? No, it's nothing. You shouldn't push yourself so hard. Life is to be taken easy, you know. He's doing his nails. You're thinking, what a self-respecting man would use nail polish? Not really. I know appearances are a big thing with you. You know what I say. One cannot live a beautiful life without beautiful nails. First rate in all things, except nothing else. And that certainly does look like a first-rate nail polish. Like the sparkly bottle. And it's crystal. If you're so drawn to it, please, have one. It's on me. Nail polish slipped into pocket. That envelope's been bothering me since I came in here. But it's not nice to peek at other people's mail. You get mail in here in jail? That I do. Though they read it first, apparently. Still, I am allowed the pleasure of correspondence. Packages and the like are a different matter, however. Looks like sneaking a peek is out of the question. I doubt there's going to be anything else for us here right now, so with that said, let's end our search for now and travel back to the past where we have a couple other places to visit. First, Drew's studio. "7 years ago, Drew's studio. And once again, we travel back to the past, so the past voices are going to be in play for this. I figured you'd come here sooner or later. You decided on sooner. Drew mission, was it? I haven't done anything illegal. And I didn't come here to whine about past events. I wanted to ask you some questions. And I suppose you have that right. That day, the entire court descended into chaos. Only you stood still, your eyes calmly watching. I admit, it made quite an impression on me. I'm used to finding myself in outrageous situations. Phoenix Wright, is it? I'll answer when I can. I'm not sure, but it feels like I'm being watched intensely. That's my daughter, Vera. Say hello. She's gone. Shall we begin then? So this is the past Drew Studio. This is the past version of Drew Studio, rather. And we might have seen the future version. Interesting bottle. You know what? I think what we need to first do is focus on talking about this particular questions we've got here. Judging from this place, you're a painter? Not, sadly. Not a proper one. I've never sold a painting. It's a source of considerable embarrassment. I'll be able to get by were it only me. my daughter. Her mother. Her where you left. I don't want her to grow up needy, Mr. Wright. That is why I began my other occupation. Forgeries. Don't look at me with those eyes. I know what it is that I do. More than half the paintings they bring me are stolen. And who knows what my copies are used for. But some of your works aren't paintings, correct? You may not believe me when I tell you this, but that was my first work outside of painting. What? To think it would be used as evidence in a murder trial. I never even imagined the possibility. Then why did you take the job? I was well paid. Very well paid. I think he feels worse about it than I do. The past is hard to escape. Honestly, the sooner I can put this behind me, the better. With apologies to you, of course. Sorry, but it's not going to be quite so easy. He's trying to forget what he made. Looks like I'll have to remind him. Oh, hang on. Back up. There we go. Your work. Don't try to pretend you've forgotten. Sure, all you did was make a copy. But that copy might have destroyed the life of an innocent man. I'm responsible too. Which is why I have to know. And you have to tell me. I knew it would be difficult to escape this. Then, let's talk. Well then, ready to tell me about this work you did? It's unlike anything I'd attempted before. It would be a little different from paintings. That's not what I mean. In all my previous work, it sufficed to create a copy. This wasn't a copy? The client gave me two things that day. The first was a sample page as reference. The second, a printed document I can only surmise was written by my client. So you used the real writing as reference to reproduce what the client wrote. Yes, as I said, my first job for nature. So, who was your client? As I said in court, I do not know. Really? Even for such a suspicious request? If it was me, I would want to know as much as I could about the requester. I never met them, not personally. Cyclock, of course. Seems like you're still hiding something. Something about this work. Let's hear it then. What are you hiding from me, Mr. Misham? I'm sorry, but I really don't know. I never met the client. True. I asked the client's name. There were no Cyclops in sight. Regardless, you're hiding something. You have to be. Otherwise, it wouldn't make any sense. Why are you doing this to me? Well, I'm making a stand. We're backing down now. So, what's Misham hiding? He's not hiding the client. Clearly, he can't be hiding the sample. He must be hiding the forger. I can pretty much piece together what it is from what you've said. What is it, then? You told me that what you know about the client, and I couldn't see any Cyclops. Cyclops? Is that some sort of asylum security, or new hairstyle, perhaps? And then they did show up, didn't they? Who was your client? As I said in court, I do not know. Really? Even for such a suspicious request? If it was me, I'd want to know as much as I could about the requester. I never met them, and not personally. Not personally? Those words triggered the Cyclock. Again with the Cyclops. I really must know what they are. So, you didn't meet with a client, but someone else did. Maybe the real forger behind this evidence. Perhaps I'm hung on this lock business. But I'm afraid you've lost me. Yeah, well, I didn't come here to talk about Cyclops. As long as I come to the right conclusion, it doesn't matter how I got there. And your conclusion is? The real fortune behind this wasn't you, Mr. Misham. Poppycock! I don't know what you're talking about. That's my work, I tell you. I mean, here in my studio. Who else could have done it but me? That's a real question, isn't it? If the forger it wasn't you, then I don't have many other people to choose from. The real forger at the Juice Studio.
I mean, we already knew this from part 1, so...
The real forger is your daughter, Vera Misham, isn't it?
Ridiculous! My daughter's only 12 years old, Mr. Wright. I've always been more than one for landscapes, not surrealism.
Nice comeback, but you're shaking your boots. I've got you now. Only 2 people with access to the studio are you and your daughter. The Cyclops tell me you're not the forger, which makes your daughter the only possibility.
I feel very much on the verge of going Cyclops myself.
Unlock successful.
I don't know how you knew, but you're right. The one who made this page was my daughter Vera, not I. She's only 12, a genius you might call her.
A cautious little girl outshining her father. There's been a lot of that going around recently.
I let her play in the studio. She watched me, taught herself in that way. Drafting tools and analytical devices I bought when they became necessary. They're my little girl's playthings now.
Do you detect a bit of fatherly pride? So, Vera was the one who made this page. Does she know who the client was then?
Actually, the client came once, here to the studio.
What? Why didn't you say so sooner?
But their face was covered, they did not want to talk to me.
So, they talked to your daughter?
I will speak only with the artist, the client told me.
And that little girl is the key to our mystery client's true identity. Okay, what do I do now? I should talk to her father a bit more. Time to turn my attention to Vera. I think we need to do a little bit of investigating in this room first. I suppose there's no sense in rushing things. Let's see if there's any more to get out of Daddy first. Awfully small frame. What's that inside it? A stamp?
Please don't touch that. I'll get in trouble. That stamp belongs to Vera, you see. She always puts it somewhere she can see it.
That's Sack and Balance. The Grimmaries, isn't it?
The post office issued that commemorative stamp last year, when the Grimmaries were at the height of their popularity.
Not anymore. One of them has vanished off the face of the earth.
Vera went to see one of their shows when she was quite small. A dedicated fan ever since. Watched them every time they came on TV, until the end.
I see.
That stamp's quite hard to come by here. I still wonder how she got her hands on it.
Remember a stamp added to the court record. Okay, now what to do? Maybe we should talk to her father a bit more. I'm gonna turn my attention to Vera. Yes. Now that we've looked at the stamp, Mr. Misham, I have a request.
Let me guess. You'd like to speak with my daughter.
daughter's never been one to talk to strangers. She's quite shy. Extremely shy. With one exception. Which was, oddly enough, it was that client. I left the studio while I talked. I returned when they had finished. She was laughing. It was the first time I'd seen anything of the sort.
Please, let me speak with her.
All right.
And then there's this. Hey, she spoke. She can talk. Yeah. Stamp. Are amazing? Yes? Oh. I especially like those two, Zach and Valent. I mean, they're so magical. Aren't they? Yeah, whenever I go to one of their shows, I'm like, whoa, magic, you know? Me too. I love them. They're so cool. Like magic. Yeah. Alright, she's talking. So much, but it's a start. I went and saw them with Father the other day. The opening ceremony at the Kamari Museum of Magic. Kamari Museum? You have one of those? Doesn't make sense now that you have one of the stamp. So, have you been to one of their shows? Just once, when I was little. Last week. It's like a dream. Reappearing, cutting apart, putting back together. Doing all of it. Yeah. Maybe you can keep telling me stuff like this. You know, about Zach and Val, maybe? Oh, sure. Right. I could ask them before she changes her mind. Don't go outside much. I like the painting. Why don't you like the outside? There's bad people out there. True, but there are lots of good people too.
Actually, I should tell you. She was almost kidnapped once.
Kidnapped?
Since then, she's been, well, you can see for yourself. She refuses to leave the house.
I see. Wait, but that doesn't make sense. She said she went to the Grimari Museum. With you, in fact.
Yes, actually, she was quite insistent on it, much to my surprise. And that was the first and last time she expressed a desire to me.
That person gave me a good luck charm.
A good luck charm?
When I absolutely had to go outside.
Yes, apparently she received something, a gift. From that client, actually. She won't tell me what it was.
Father, I told you to keep that a secret. That client, huh? This I have to hear about. So, your father tells me you're good at painting all sorts of things. I really like painting a lot. Father's always happy when I paint things actually the same. So, you did this too? Oh, yes! That was my first job. Your first... All I used to do was paint the same thing I saw. This was totally different. Pen slips and the way the writer held the pen and the pressure on the nib. I had to use a microscope and analyze it on the computer. She seemed happy. But her work was the last nail in the Grimari coffin. I guess no one told her. You're best in the world! Huh? Oh, you mean Troop Grimari? Of course. Not a good father. But I asked him about it. He didn't know how you got it. Oh, I guess I just took it. Yeah. Took it? Father got a letter from the person. That person? You mean the letter was from the client? Oh, we talked about the Grimari's forever that day. I'm sure that's why I was sent that stamp. I didn't want to just send it back, so I took it.
Sneaking on this client. We're trying to get on her good side. Commemorative stamp updated in the court record. So, you met the person that asked you to do this job, and you talked with them? What's this about a good luck charm you received?
I can't talk about it.
Eh?
If I do, it won't work anymore. That's what I was told.
Yeah, but I really have to know. Right. Time to do some psych unlocking. So knowing what we know from both past and present, things are going to get a little muddy from here. I seem to trust this client quite a lot, in fact. Because they gave you this stamp.
No, that's not why. Hey, listen to me. It's my problem. Well, go outside if you don't want to. That's what they told me. All you have to do is use a good luck charm.
Good luck charm that your client gave you. I think I know what your client might have given you, actually. Would this be your good luck charm? I'm hitting wrong buttons. There we go. This was what they gave you, wasn't it?
Ah!
And the same bottles over there on your desk. Your good luck charm, right?
I heard once. Cosmetics were once thought to ward off evil. This is a magic bottle. It has the power.
Ah, of course it does. I'll just refrain from commenting any more on that one. I think I know who gave you that bottle, actually. Who asked you to do this job. Was this the client? This man is a friend of mine. Know him? His name is Gavin. He is a lawyer, actually.
I promised. I promised not to tell.
Oops.
Sorry, I can't talk about the client. I promised. I promised the spell won't work.
I don't need a name anymore. I've got my answer. You're pretty confident in this charm, then.
I think they might be the devil.
Huh?
Maybe an angel.
What do you mean?
I saw it. I think I saw it. When they gave me this, I saw the devil's face.
Are you saying the client's face looked like the devil's?
No, the client was gentle with a gentle smile.
So where'd you see this double, then?
It was so quick, I don't remember well. But that's when I knew that person wasn't like other people. That's why I believe in my good luck charm.
I'm not sure what this devil she saw was, but it's pretty clear that Gavin has her charmed. Well, I think that's all. I'll be leaving now. I'm sorry for what happened. If you want to apologize, try my client, Zach Ramari.
Can I do something bad?
What makes you think that?
Your eyes, they're sad. Very sad.
I'll put on my smile next time I come. Promise. I hope to see you smile then too, Vera.
Oh. Okay.
Take care. Thinking back on my first encounter with the young forger, I have witnessed something of vital importance that day. Of course, by the time I realized it, it was already too late.
With that, only one scene remains from the past, and we go now back to the detention center. "7 years ago, detention center, visitor's room. What strange sight doth mine eyes behold? Excuse me? 2 men on either side of a single transparent pane. Yet it seems fickle fate has switched sides, so to speak. Portrait of fakes walks to wrinkle, while the innocent languishes within the plexiglass confines. There's been no proof that I forced anything. No proof that I took the life of my dear mentor. Yet, these chains cannot hold me for long. The stage awaits. And what, may I ask, awaits you? Piano and a cold little hole in the wall. But since you are here, what shall we discuss? Should we remark for one? What my trick found or his partner Zach? His partner vanished before the answer could be found. If I'm going to get any closer to the truth, this is a place to start. I have to hand it to my partner. How to make an exit. That's talent. Yes, he made my attorney's badge disappear and he never even touched it. But the spotlight always leaves someone weeping in the shadows. And his very disappearance is itself a revelation. Revealing what? Zachary killed McNeefy. That's as good as a signed confession. It's certainly between public opinion's take on it. I grow tired of my cage. Of my release is near. We must go and prepare. Planning on jumping back into magic right away? As long as an audience waits with faith. As long as an audience waits with bated breath, there will be valiant. And also. Yes? Now that my partner has disappeared, McNeefy's repertoire is mine. Valiant Gamari has a tradition to uphold. Balanced tradition has it. Is that true? Seen in this light, the trial was quite good to me, a verdict or no. And you can't pay for that kind of publicity. The suspicion on you hasn't lifted entirely, Valent. After all, you received one of those letters too. You were just as obligated to follow McNeefy's instructions as your partner. Was, but only Zachary followed them. Let's not speak anymore of who shot what. But my partner has vanished, the question is moot. I'm more interested in learning something else, actually. What might that be? I want to know what McNeefy had up his sleeve. How could he coerce you and your partner to kill him? A trick up his sleeve? Perhaps you do not know. Know what? The great magician never reveals his secrets. I didn't think it would be that easy. The audience must remain forever in the audience, bathing in the reflected glow of the spotlight. Well, I guess we have one more chance. Or Magatama unblock. Trick up his sleeve. Flying by the seat of my pants on this one. There must be a path leading from the evidence to the truth. That's what I'm going to find. To ask someone to take a life, even one not long for this world, that's asking someone to commit murder. Yes, Mentor was fond of dramatic moves and dramatic finales. And he got his wish. His life was taken. What weakness could be so powerful as to coerce someone into committing murder? My guess it was a matter of life or death. Can't you explain? Your troop lived in a world of showmanship. The flashier the better. Flashy so often means danger, doesn't it? Let us make this as painless as possible. If you have proof of this danger, then show it. Why, that's one of ours! Specially designed for your show, I gather. A single bullet. One shot. What are you suggesting? We are magicians, Mr. Wright, not murderers. I'm not crying murder, Mr. Valent. I'm crying something far more tragic. An accident. Zack and Valent's quick draw shoot 'em. How long has it been since those shots were last heard? Was it the shoot 'em canceled because someone might get hurt? Of course. What other reason could there be? Well, it could have been canceled because someone had already been hurt. Fascinating, my fusty and forged friend. But tell me, what can you prove with the single pistol? Well, tell me what would have happened if there had been an accident. What if one of our bullets took a life on stage? The performance of magic is not concerned with what ifs. It's concerned with precision. Precisely whom do you claim we shot? Looks like I've chosen the right path. Let's just hope he walks it with me. A life was sacrificed so that the show must go on. And this shows who it was. But that's Zachary's wife and Trucy's mother. Thalassa, I believe was her name. Alakazam! But how can you say this? How can you say she was struck by one of our bullets? Still in denial mode, eh? Thalassa was at the greatest risk of being shot, and this clearly shows just how much danger she was in. Troop Gamari's performances were very, very popular. So popular, they even made a commemorative stamp at the height of your fame. We were not merely the latest craze, we were an age, a golden age. It's all here on this stamp. There's Thalassa, yes? Ugh! Trucy's mother is missing, I hear. What happened to her? I don't know! A part of his memory is still locked up. There's one thing you're failing to address. What's that? As you say, our troop was a world unto itself. If our leader Magnifi was so inclined, he could hide anything he wished with ease. Mr. Wright. Then he would have hid a crime, making him an accomplice. A great foundation for blackmail. Well, it's got a point. If one of the troop members died in an accident, Magnifi covered it up, his innocence would come into question. Found the right address, Mr. Wright? So close. There has to be something. About how Thalassa's death could affect Zack and Valent's relationship with Magnifi. I see in your eyes. You still have something new to say. How can you possibly prove more than you already have? I'll prove why Thalassa's accident tied your hands so completely. It's going to take a little knowledge of the players to crack this one. The accidental death of Zack's wife tied both your hands, and this information proves why Magnifi held so much power over you. It wasn't a question of who shot Thalassa. Thalassa herself was a problem. What do you mean? She was Zachary's wife, Trucy's mother, and Magnifi Grimari's only daughter. Ugh! There was a terrible accident, and the two of you killed your mentor's only daughter. If that wasn't the key to Magnifi's power over you, I don't know what was. It was an accident! There's no proof! None at all! But Thalassa went missing, and your mentor blackmailed both of his disciples. It doesn't take genius to put one and one together. Ours was a complex family. I mean, Troop Gamari. Master Magnifi Grimari, his own daughter, his two disciples. I've
Does sound like a recipe for disaster, doesn't it? Don't be tempted into faulty flights of fancy. Yet, yes, there was an accident. That is all it was, an accident. Zack and Valen's tour de force. The guns blaze, the bullets fly straight towards the beautiful body on the stage. And then crash, zing, pow, to everything but her. Now that is magic. It happened one day when we were practicing the same trick with a new twist. And tragedy. But as for whose bullet stole Thelas's wife, we shall never know the answer. Thelasa disappeared from our lives, and Zack was bereft of his wife. Trucy lost her mother, and McNeefy his daughter. And that led to blackmail, I take it. It is all part of the parcel of the darkness that comes when the curtain falls. Why did McNeefy Grimari try to cover up the accident? It was his own daughter who died. What I can say is, it was a critical time for Troop Grimari. The passing of the torch from McNeefy to Zack and Valent. We all sacrificed it so that it might be a success. Alas's death was the greatest sacrifice of all. Yet, even when her life was extinguished, Kyle's was not. What do you mean? In time, we myself and Zack found we could no longer oppose McNeefy's wishes. McNeefy forced us to perform his art for his benefit. See? Yes, I can understand. He did lose his only daughter. But do you not find cowardice in his actions? Huh? To decide to hide the truth of your own daughter's death is one thing, but then to hang that death as a guillotine above our heads? So we're dark behind the scenes of Trip Kamari, and that's for sure. Does Trucy know? She was not told, naturally. Who would want to know that their father might have taken their mother's life? True. I thought of that accident for a very long time. Sorry to dredge up old memories, but this has helped a lot. Not to find McNeefy's slayer, I should think. True. After that accident, there was one who came slipping, quite persistently. A reporter. He called himself a newsman at the time. Often I spied him looking about the dressing room in his research. Do you happen to remember his name? What was his name? Sorry, I have forgotten. But in the course of his interviewing, he became quite close to my partner, Zack. I do not. You see, his name, I do not recall, but his scent, the glowing aroma of it. Yes, wherever he smiled, which was far too often. I see. Thanks for your help. It does no good to interfere with the past, Mr. Wright. You will not uncover answers. I'm sorry. I had begun to notice a dark curtain hanging over Trip Gamari, and I began to realize what I had to do. I had to protect Trucy from that darkness. The reporter he mentioned, the newsman, I never learned who that was at the time. Though I've got a pretty good idea who it is now. That smile, and the sickly sweet smell of mint. The last floss-thin thread connecting Zack Grimari to this world. Sooner or later, I have to track him down. And that is everything in the past. So we now move over to the present, where we have unlocked Drew Studio and Sunshine Coliseum. Firstly, let's go to the first scene that we unlocked.
present day Drew Studio.
Eh? Well, what do we have here?
Remember me?
Of course I remember you. Journalist meets ex-attorney on bar, end quote.
Can I ask what you're doing here? Mr. Mission was poisoned, and his daughter's...
Oh, yes, I know. Oh, how I know, yes. It's caused me no end of grief, to be honest. The journalist wishes he tracked down Case just a little quicker, end quote.
Were you on the trail of this case the whole time?
Zach Romari was a good friend.
Zach said something to that effect back at the Borscht Bowl Club.
What a character, what a man. A little, no, a lot. No, extremely rough around the edges.
Do you think I could ask you a few questions?
Oh, are you serious? I mean, I'm usually the interviewer, not interviewee. A journalist asks questions, not the other way around, end quote. Fine, shoot, I don't care. People have been asking me all sorts of things lately.
It's tragic what happened to Drew Mission and his daughter.
Marjorie is a serious crime, and they paid the price. You know what they really did them in, though, do you?
Yes, a forged diary page.
The night I interviewed him, I found out something about Mr. Misham I hadn't known.
What's that?
You know, he always felt like he was being watched. Every day for 7 years. Walls have ears, potatoes have eyes. End quote.
Being watched? You mean he felt guilty?
No, I'm not talking about feelings here. You know, I felt watched too. The whole time I've been on this case, no less. Journalist gets tingling sensations on the back of neck, freaks out, end quote.
Because you felt guilty?
But why would I feel guilty?
You felt like you were being watched, huh? I wonder what it all means. Drew Mission felt like he was being watched, and you along with him. You sure it wasn't just nerves?
Nerves? No, it's nothing so mundane. I stopped paying attention to my nerves a long time ago. But I felt it too. The journalist sure he is being watched, end quote. Don't you wonder why Zach Romari got rubbed out after 7 years? Right after coming into contact with me? Completely vanishes from that courtroom. And for 7 years, he talked to no one, not a soul. And just as our remaining time was almost up, he contacts me in order to have this made.
And then he dies.
Starting to put pieces together, are we?
And you were being watched this whole time.
Maybe not just me. Maybe you were too.
Me?
I met Zach through that case, actually.
You mean the shooting of McNeefy Grimari?
No, before that. It's not widely known.
You mean the accident? During the quick draw shooting practice?
My, you're well informed. You should have seen me back then. I took up quite the scoop. I wanted it all. Money, fame, living a little puppy, all for me. I was younger then, and my days and nights smelled fresh and mint than they do now.
Mel Grimari did mention one particularly nosy reporter.
In fact, I was on close speaking terms with McNeefy Grimari at the time. I knew his daughter too, of course. Lasso, was it?
Really?
Until Lasso disappeared, quite suddenly at that. And McNeefy wouldn't say a word about it. Yeah, my evil habit got the better of me. Journalist catches scent of a scoop, goes on feeding frenzy, end quote. And I set up a one-on-one interview with Lasso's husband, see?
Zach Grimari.
And something strange was in the air over the troop Grimari in those days. The whole screwy mentor-controlling disciple scene started by then, I'm guessing. Lasso, she was a part of it all, right? Come on, you can tell me off the record.
Sorry, I don't know.
Anyway, I kept prying and eventually became friends with Zach. Sure, he punched me once or twice, or 5 times, but over time, he came to see me as his confidant. He's been waiting this whole time. 7 years, eh?
Waiting?
For his big comeback, of course. A big revival of the McNeefy miracle. Of course, course, it was all a dream. Because of this. Performance rights. In the absence of any official documents, he was golden. Who's to say the old man didn't give his rights to both Zack and Valent? So Valent waited until Zack died, legally at least. The time finally comes, and Valent's like a kid on Christmas morning. He's getting ready for a show at the Sunshine Coliseum, you know. But if that document sees the legal light of day, it's going to be a bit of a damper on the big show. He's a sorry one, that Valent Kamari. Lost out to his partner at work, and in love too.
But love?
It's the same old story, really. 2 disciples and their mentor's only daughter. One has 3 sides and all of them pointing to the love triangle. That is pretty classic. When you're performing troupe, that's your world. It's like family. One with an entire high school's worth of drama, intrigue, and backstabbing. And in the middle of all this, Melissa has Trucy. And then she dies. I need to find out more about this Thalassa.
But, you know what I think? I think we need to look about this maybe a slightly different angle. Mr. Brushel, do you know this person?
No, I know this person, of course. I was friends with Zack, after all. He hit me a few times, 5 times actually. But still, I never forget his wife.
Thalassa Grimari. Magnifi Grimari's only daughter. Do you think you could tell me more about her?
Well, what the heck not. So, Thalassa married Zack and had Trucy, you see? It was her second marriage, actually.
You mean she was divorced? I haven't heard this one before.
Not quite. Her late husband was a performer, too. Apparently he died during some gig. Tragic, really. He had only been married 1 year.
No.
But she was a beauty. I still carry a portrait photo of her around, you know.
She does look quite familiar.
I've known Trucy since she was a little thing, too. She's got the better deal, really. She's got you for family, after all.
Huh? What do you mean?
Just reminiscing, you know. Thalassa has another child besides Trucy. End quote.
What? But Trucy said she was an only child.
Ah, yes. This one she had with her previous husband.
Her previous husband? First husband who died during the performance.
Yep. They had themselves a kid. Another orphan now. That's another one who slipped through the cracks. No idea where they are now.
Had another child. Do you think I could borrow that photo?
Sure, I can be generous on occasion, you know.
Thalassa's portrait added to the court record. I won't need this locket anymore. Better return it to Trucy before I forget.
People and events get all tangled together and get bigger and bigger. Don't you think?
I was too busy wondering about bigger to listen to what you were saying.
Sometimes you just gotta accept that you won't be able to untangle it all, I think.
Maybe so, but still. I have to do what I can. And I have to tell what I find to those who come next.
Next, you say?
I'm not the one who will close the curtain on this little play. Apparently, that's not my role.
Magnifi. I was just wondering what Magnifi would think of all this.
What do you mean?
Haven't you seen it in Trucy? She's got his power.
You mean how I can't lie to Trucy?
It was the same with Magnifi. And with his daughter, Thalassa.
It's a strange thing. You'd
Think it's some Grimari gene? Magnifi told me once, back when Zack married Thalassa. He said Zack had good eyes. Not good like a Grimari's eyes. Not that good. I wonder if Zack ever played a game of poker with his wife. Who knows what the Grimari secret was? Maybe nobody, now that Zack's gone. Zack Grimari. The plot had finally begun to reveal itself. It sprouted from a warp in the Grimari fabric and grew, swallowing everything, wrapping itself around the Grimari's power. Power which passed from Magnifi Grimari to Thalassa to the next generation. And I would once again need to meet the one who bridged it all together. With that, we now return back to the Borscht Bowl Club. To do exactly what Phoenix said. Meet with an individual. And now, we have enough to learn about this Grimari secret. Let's unlock this secret, shall we? I have to know more about this power of Trucy's. It's like she can see right into people's minds. The first time I saw her do it, it blew mine. And after you were done having your mind blown, you took her to play cards with you. Gotta use the resources at hand, I always say. Yet, I myself have no such power. But Trucy does. Why is that? Got her power from her mother, Thalassa Grimari. I will not speak of that. Thalassa is officially missing, correct? I think I know why you don't want to talk about her. Take that! The three of you were a team once. Not that the entire country doesn't already know this. At your peak, you were the biggest stars around. Yet, there's another story behind the fame. One that not many people know. Thalassa lost her life during a rehearsal. To you and Valiant Grimari's bullets. It was an accident. It wasn't me. How could I shoot my dear Thalassa? I'm sure Valiant would say the same thing. Why? It's just like another murder I might mention. Damn you! Her eyes. I loved Thalassa's eyes. To think they could read my mind was frightening. There was a warmth in them that felt like an embrace. She is dead, and Magnifi Grimari has joined her. So the only one with her power left now is Trucy. Mr. Zack? I do not know. I don't need any power to see through that one, buddy. So there's someone else. Someone other than Trucy. Someone who inherited Thalassa's power. How would I know? The chances are slim. It would take a miracle to learn the truth. Or maybe one has already occurred. There is someone else with the power, and I know just who. And I don't actually have to move anywhere to get him. Take that! This boy? His name is... I forget. That's something weird. Who could he be? An attorney. Attorney? I noticed him when I went to visit a friend's law offices. So, what do we make of this, oh great ex-attorney? You can show me pictures of strange boys all you like. But you could at least say something like, I'm this boy. Perhaps you wouldn't laugh if you knew the facts. This might not be 100% proof, but it's close. There's a link between this boy and Glasgow. Actually, it's more of a ring. A ring. Perhaps this will refresh your memory. I just so happen to have evidence showing this missing link.
Take that!
Actually, I know something. Your marriage to Thalassa was her second. How did you know this? Her first husband. He died a year after they were wed, yes? He was a performer, and they met when he joined the Skramaris as a guest in our show. After Thalassa wed him, she left the troupe for a while. You say she had a child then? I have a photograph of her here. I couldn't help notice what she was wearing when I first saw this. Those bracelets stand out. They're a Grimari family heirloom. This boy wears a bracelet just like the ones in this picture. What? So, that's why. Why what, Mr. Zack? I took this photograph of Thalassa before she left us. When she returned, she wore only one bracelet. I bet I know where that other one went. She gave it to this boy, her son.
Double trouble. Unlock successful.
This strange power, I myself do not know from where it comes. Yet the fact is that it is passed down the Mari line. It runs in their veins. What is it? I asked her last once. This is what she told me. Her power responds to tension in others. Tension? If she were to face a person and they became tense, even slightly, then she would know no matter how hard they tried to hide it from her. So she could see it. Not quite. This is the strangest part of it all. She wouldn't realize that she was subconsciously detecting this tension without the use of a particular object, or in her case, objects. Objects? Wait, were they something she wore? Yes, her bracelets. I admit the first time I saw one of those, I felt there was just more to it than just fashion. What kind of power could a bracelet have? I had made a decision. I will tell you all I know. Consider it a gift. Well, I hardly need you to tell me at this point. But those two are brother and sister, yes. And brother too has this power of theirs. So Juicy has an older brother. I wonder what will come of that. Mr. Wright, tonight, after our game is done, we'll return to a life of hiding. I will not see her live her life without knowing. I understand. I'll tell the two of them when the time is right. I am in your debt once again. No kidding. What I want to know is how all this got so messed up. Those presents are made of a special alloy. It is said to expand and shrink very slightly in response to body warmth. So they're temperature sensitive or something. Yes. This is how they can shrink to the exact size of their wearer's wrist. And this has something to do with power. What have I told you? The Grimari power reacts to tension in others. When a Grimari senses tension, they too become tense. And this tension translates into minute contractions of the muscles. So minute they cannot sense it on their own. Muscles. Oh, so that's what the bracelets are for. With a bracelet on, one can sense these contractions. Because the bracelet is always a perfect fit. So when the person they're watching gets tense, the bracelet feels tighter on their wrist. Precisely. But that alone doesn't really count as mind reading. I believe I understand how the process works from there. just a simple question of eyesight. Eyesight? I guess it just sounds simple enough. Have you ever heard of kinetic vision? Something about the ability to see moving objects with full clarity, right? I've heard of it before. They say athletes can see a moving ball when it was stopped if they focus. No, but it's not confined to sports alone. It all relies on the ability to focus. When we focus, we can see many things. The faintest twitch of a face, and the meaning that lies behind it. Therein lies one of the secrets of magic. One must know the mind of a crowd before one may distract it. So, basically what you're saying is, Grimarius can see really well. For them, seeing is more than believing. It is knowing. Their power relies on eyesight combined with exceptional focus. Things are starting to come into focus for me too. Of course, it is difficult to maintain such levels of focus for any length of time. But what if someone should tell you when to focus? Or something. Precisely. But wait, Trucy doesn't have any bracelets. You were talking about poker, yes? The timing of when to focus is so elementary, she probably does it without thinking. I doubt Trucy herself has realized this. That is all I know of things Grimari. Thank you, Mr. Zack. If this boy's bracelet is a real thing, then he will use it before long, thereby weakening his power. I'll keep that in mind. Well, shall we play a game? That said so much. But let me say one more thing. I will tell you of that night. That night? Then I may mention Magnifique Grimari passed from this world to the next. There were 2 pistols and 2 letters sent. This was Magnifique's test. A test? In his last years, Magnifique Grimari worked us to the bow. No, to the pain. For that night, I could not shoot. So I shot the clown's forehead instead. This, it seems, was a correct answer. Take this. I give my art to you, Zack. What? It is thanks for playing along with my show. You shot well tonight, Zack. I would not have minded dying for a little hand. How could I shoot you? You're my mentor. I thought you might say that. If I went home without shooting anything, what would you have done then? Of course, I would have given Valent his chance. If I had shot you in the forehead instead, then it would be over. If you or Valent were to shoot me in the head, then I into the darkness would go, and my art would be. A fitting end, don't you think? Yet this ending too gives no cause for regret. I thank you, Zack. And I am sorry. I've done much that was wrong in my day. It seems to me that Magnifique wanted you to be his successor all along. That's why the time he gave you was earlier than Valent's. Perhaps. But it is not something we will ever know for sure now. I wonder, what is Valent up to these days? Waiting for you to die. If 7 years pass like this, the performance rights go to him. And now here I am, and his dream is ended. That's worse than that, actually. Public opinion's a fickle thing, you know. What? You don't mean to tell me they put the blame for Mentor's death on him? The trial ended when you vanished, Mr. Zack. There were even rumors that Valent had helped you pull it off. But that's madness! Well, it seems that before I can once again disappear from this world, I have one more act to perform. Isn't it odd that sorting out my life should prove so complicated, even though I'm dead? That night, Zack Romari was killed. He died as Shady Smith. mysterious traveler with a secret past. But he left one thing behind before he parted. This. To whom it may concern. His confession. Use as I saw fit. To whom it may concern. 7 years past, I, Zach Grimari, murdered my mentor, Magnifique Grimari. I apologize for the trouble caused by my sudden departure from court, and hereby confess to my crime. Zach Grimari. His confession, to use as I saw fit. Of course, he killed no one. This was his way of tying up loose ends with his old partner, Valen Grimari. Zach's confession added to the court record. And that completes the Borscht Bowl Club. We now have but 2, and only 2, scenes left to view. The first, we go over to the present day in the Sunshine Coliseum. Well, this is a blast from the distant past. Long time no see, Mr. Valent. 7 years has it been? Frankly, I didn't think I'd ever see you again. Actually, I came because there's something I wanted to ask you. I've spoken to the press, I've nothing more to say. I've spoken to a lot of people myself, and come to some conclusions. But then I realized, I need to hear it from you. I've walked a difficult road these past 7 years. Because you can perform Magnifique's repertoire. Do not be deceived. Valent's skill is a real deal. I do not require my mentor's hand-me-downs. No. It was my partner who slowed me on my way. Zach Grimari. His rather well-performed disappearing act 7 years ago was the end. Or so I thought. Zach Grimari murdered our mentor, and fled to escape punishment for his crime. You said something to that effect 7 years ago, didn't you? I remember as if it were only yesterday. Yet that was not the way of it in the end. For while he vanished, the suspicion upon my own person never did. His partner Zach vanished to protect him. And that's what those thieving magpies of the press said. I had no idea. Yet that very same press comes to me now, feigning interest. They cover the greatest magic show in history as if it were a vaudevillian distraction. And here I must stand smiling at them all. What am I about, a player in some fiendish farce? Might I suggest it's because you never made it clear what happened? Magnifique's death is still a mystery to this day. Which is why I came here to get the answer from you. I knew I'd be seeing these sooner or later. The audience has no business stepping up on the stage. You must be content to sit and stare at the spotlight. That sounds an awful lot like something I heard 7 years ago. Thankfully, we have all the evidence that we need now to take things down. Hager 3. Or 2, I guess. So, unlocking Magnifique's death. Ask what you will, you'll get nothing from me. I'm as much a part of this affair as you are now. I have to know what happened. For 7 long years I have endured. And now finally the curtain lifts on a new golden age. All the miracles of our truth within my grasp. So do this, Valent. For right now, I need answers. I think we'll start by dropping a bomb. That should shut things up. Valent, I wouldn't be so sure about those miracles. Not as long as I have this. Oi! Take that! And what might that be? I see it bears a Grimari seal. I should have brought this to your attention sooner. But I didn't imagine you'd be planning your comeback quite so fast. What is this?
A document showing the true recipient of the performance rights to Magnifi's miracles. What? Zach Kamari. He wrote this? What? He passed everything to his daughter! Trucy and Egmar. Actually, she is officially my daughter these days. Preposterous. Zach is gone, vanished into the void. This is a genuine article. Zach was alive when he wrote this. Both myself and the notary can testify to this. Wah! Why does fate toy with me so? Why must my life be lived enthralled to the dead? You're not the only one with that problem. But he shot Magnifi. Yes, it was Zach. It was. And then he left, and my career as a magician fell into darkness. Do you think there might be some way out of it? Say, if you could prove Zach Kamari shot Magnifi? Was that why you testified? Yes, my way out. It should have been my way out. Well, it might not be too late, Mr. Mount. All you need is a way to prove your case. You really killed Magnifi Kamari. Take that! I believe I have the answer to your prayers right here. Zach Kamari wrote one more thing before passing on. But this is a confession! In which he admits to killing of Magnifi Kamari. See? All according to your plan. I am a magician by trade. Deception is my life's work. I fool the audience. I give him a fleeting dream. Yet it seems the tables have turned. Now I am the audience, believing in the deceptions I have wrought upon myself. Zach wrote this right in front of me, after I explained your situation to him. Alakazoo! You do know that is a confession. You do know that this confession is nothing but lies. Yes. It's my opinion that Zach Kamari killed no one. You must be thinking the truth is a simple matter of elimination. You received instructions to kill if one is innocent, then the one who remains is guilty. That would be the logical conclusion, yes. And so he vanished to protect me, his partner. A stirring tale, 'tis true. Did you shoot Magnifi Kamari in the forehead? If I had and I told you, what would you do? Run to the police, perchance? Do as you will. There's nothing left for me now. It is true, after all. I have little talent. I needed my mentor Magnifi's repertoire. It was as if a little demon grabbed hold of me. I knew it. So Valen Kamari did kill great Magnifi. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. But it was not I who shot my mentor. What? But if it wasn't you, then who was it? There wasn't another disciple, was there? Another disciple, such as? I don't know. Nak and Kamari, maybe. Child's fantasies couldn't be further from the truth. Only Zach and Valen received those threatening letters. But there was another. One more person could have fired that pistol at me. I don't suppose you figured it out by now. It wasn't Zach or Valen who shot Magnifi. And had to be the only other person at the scene. Which means... Wait. You don't mean... Yes. The great Magnifi Kamari himself. So Magnifi Kamari committed suicide? You find it hard to believe? To be honest, I hadn't even imagined it as a possibility. When I arrived that night, the old man was still alive. He appeared to be asleep. I'm not sure. But when I turned and made to leave the room, the old man called out to me. He spoke
spoke with Magnific Amari. This is why I knew what we have done. Magnific transferred rights of his repertoire to my partner, Zach Amari. No. I guess I owe you an apology. I always thought you were the one who did it. You owe me no apology. Huh? My crime was, in a way, more serious than that of murder. What? Your crime? Right. More serious than murder. See, I knew that 2 letters had been sent. There are no secrets between parties. It was easy to figure out. That was why I understood that his plan. You wanted to die by one of your hands. Little did I expect it had anything to do with the rights to his repertoire. That was when I heard it. A little demon whispering inside my heart. Demon. Let me confess. I had intended to shoot Magnifi. And I plan on finding my partner for the crime. What? For the night, I prepared something before going to Magnifi's hospital, which was IV fluid, of course. I had seen it on an earlier visit. If Zach did not shoot, I would do the deed, and I would use IV liquid to place the murder on his hands. That was my plan. But you didn't shoot him. I could not. The demon in my heart fled the moment came. But then Magnifi called me back. I am sorry, Ballant. I'm sorry, Ballant. I'm giving my magic to Zach, not you. You still lack the draw he has. Please, help him if you can. I left the room, and then I stopped. The shock of what I had just been told consumed me. That is when I heard that fateful gunshot. Amari killing himself. Then, the demon awoke anew within me. Zach had killed him. He was the one. Frame him and the magic will be yours. I altered the scene of his suicide. I took the pistol from his hand and wiped off the prints. I used the syringe to add IV liquid I brought. So in the end, it happened pretty much as planned. He died and he framed Zach for his murder. As planned, of course. The outcome was somewhat different than I had anticipated. Well, what do you think? Do you believe my story? Can it be believed truly? That was 7 years ago. I don't know what to believe, but yes. I'm glad I heard it from you, Mr. Ballant. Thank you. It is I who should be thanking you, Mr. Wright. Only when I had lost everything I could make my decision. You're going to turn yourself in? My partner may have vanished, but not so my guilt. As my guilt stays, all else begins to leave me. My friends, my performance rights, my magic. I've had enough of vanishing acts. I understand. I thought my life was ruled by a dead man. But I find I was wrong. Zach Amari was alive. Not anymore. And now it occurs to me, he was not the only one who survived. What do you mean? You see, now that I think about it, I realize that never saw proof of her demise. Never saw her body. Her? The mind races and the mouth flaps on. My apologies. Forget this matter. I can only hope that the day will come when I again meet my partner, Zach Amari. And I shall apologize for my terrible mistake. I'm glad we had this chance to talk. Thank you. Zach Murray, Shady Smith. Whichever name you prefer, he is no longer with us. The truth revealed in that trial was only a sliver. The impenetrable darkness that remained has taken yet another life. I knew what I had to do to push back the darkness for good. And it was all paying that man a visit. With nowhere else to go, we go back to Solitary Cell 13. Sorry, sir. Prisoner Christoph Gavin is currently occupied. I see. Do you know when he'll be finished? Well... Could you go find out? Certainly, sir. Please wait here a moment. My apologies to the guard, but there is something I need to see. There it is. The yellow envelope. In the center is Drew Misham. I was right. When I arrived at the studio, Mr. Misham was at his desk. He seemed to be writing a letter, but he quickly sealed the envelope. It was a yellow envelope. I heard it was left at this crime scene. This is the last letter Drew Misham wrote. Then there's something I need to do. The last thing I need to do, in fact. Messenger of death. It's this stamp, all right. No mistaking it. And his last letter was sent to Christoph Gavin. If your request came, he said, "Gotcha. I swore my life I won't tell him about you. Please release the spell from my daughter. Letter from Misham added to the court record. Fine. Decisive evidence. What's this? A burglar in jail? Gavin! I didn't know you moonlighted in arson. Gavin, there's something I have to ask you. Can I steal your stuff? The answer is no. My apologies, there's not much I care to discuss. Vera Misham hasn't received her verdict yet. Follow me, Gavin? Spines pathogen and poison. Never hurts to hope. Okay, I'll be leaving now. Right, wait. Yeah, Gavin? Would you mind leaving that letter? It's private. Oh, sorry. I forgot I had it. Many thanks. Now seen all the clues in this case. Clues we've gathered over 7 long years. Now it is time. Every story has an ending. And we've come to the final chapter, the final trial. Find the truth. You're the only ones who can. And that we will do when Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney, officially concludes. I do apologize. We've been going at this for quite a little bit longer for this whole phase, but this is going to be our final break for the night. So with that said, I'm going to get back to this screen and then head on over here. Just like Wright said, when we return, the final trial. We will see you all
this is the part where I would read off any alerts and announcements if I still have any. But I have temporarily muted those. Once again, I'm recording Apollo Justice Ace Attorney. With that said, though, I've got a couple of things I want to announce. But first, I need to go announce and I need to close my door. So thank you very much for watching DMA Live here at twitch.tv/DanMetroArnold. Schedule for the rest of this month, I should say, is as follows. Saturday, the 24th, we'll be doing Minecraft Extreme Survival starting at 2 p.m. and we're just going to go until I'm sick and tired of it. So it might be 3 hours, might be 4 hours, might be 7.5 hours, who knows. On the 25th, though, we'll be doing the same thing, Minecraft Extreme Survival, but there will be a hard cap of 4 hours, because we'll be starting hopefully about 2 p.m. and going until 5 or 6, at which point, depending upon how things go, if I'm feeling up for it, we will also be doing some stuff with the board of directors over on Lord Navas's channel. If I'm not live for that, I will send you over to them when they go live. Otherwise, we will continue from there at 6 p.m. Central. On the 27th, we are taking a break from Apollo Justice Ace Attorney Trilogy and doing a one-off stream. Something a little bit secret, something mysterious, a mystery stream of mystery. And yes, that in fact will be starting at 2 p.m. as well, and we'll be going for a little while. And then on the 29th will be our Leap Day special. I do have some stuff to do, unfortunately, so I will be starting later than normal. But at 5 p.m. I will go live and announce the reopening officially of the Metro Community Discord server. With that all said, I would give a couple of shoutouts as well. Firstly, once again, I want to give a shoutout of this stream. Firstly, to the lurkers that are hanging out in the chat. Regardless if you can chat or not, thank you very much for doing what you do. This will probably be the last segment that I will be recording for tonight. But regardless if you can chat with us or not, thank you very much for watching DMA Live on Twitch. If you would like a free lurker shoutout, you can type !lurk in the chat and we'll give you an audible thanks for dropping on by. The lurkers that I do have here in the chat that do have recognition already, but I will recognize once again Ben the Millennium and Emma_Lazy. Thank you very much for lurking in the chat and dropping on by as well. Like I said, if you want to join that list, make sure to type !lurk in the chat and I will give you an audible thanks for hanging out with us tonight. Lastly, I do have an additional shout out to make, and that shout out is of my associate of the day. Mr. Zhao's the Blacksmith. This was more of my own heart and volition, but they were playing Super Mario Galaxy over at their channel, and they're going to be starting a new game fairly soon, from what I hear. So make sure to go and show them some love. Like me, they do a little bit of everything, and they're from across the pond. So go and tell them that DMA sent you. With that said, let us get right into the finale, shall we? We have seen where Wright went wrong, and we have gone through the Mason system and found all of the pieces to this puzzle. Now it's just the time where we put this cake in the oven and wait for the bell to ding. From now on, it is back up to Apollo Justice to finish this job once and for all. Well, if Barrow lives, that is. As I mentioned, or as it was mentioned here, Kristoff is unaware that the conversation was caught on camera from the badge on Phoenix's beanie. It has been 7 long years, and now the pieces are finally put back together. All we have to do is take this to the complete puzzle is in court. This is it. The 7-year-old truth awaits. With that said, we have just one final piece here. So here goes here goes nothing. Back over to Shadowcast. And then I'm also going to go and ready something as well here real quick. 1 minute while I get that ready. Because I do want to have this at the ready as well, because I want to be proper prepared streamer over here. And poke that, make sure that works. That is not the right window that I want to look at, Mr. OBS. That is not the window that I want to look at. There we go. Okay. All right. That window is ready and ready to roll. And I think we are just about ready to roll. I think from here, it is all just pressing and presenting with what we've got. I think I've got everything, so let's see. Welcome to court. The 7 years, all leading up to one verdict. The verdict which you must decide. Is the defendant Vera Misham innocent or guilty? The courtroom doors are opening. The trial awaits. Are you ready to begin? Preparations complete. Let's start this trial. Something inside me. Rising. Surfacing. So close. October 9th, 10 o'clock a.m. District Court, courtroom number 3. Court is now in session for the trial of Vera Misham. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution's ready to rock. Prosecutor Gavin, how is the defendant Vera Misham's condition? Acute atropine poison. According to her physician, she could die at any time. Thus, her absence from the courtroom today. What? They can't put her on trial without her being here. It is unusual. They should wait for her to get better and do it then. It's so bureaucratic of them. That's being a little harsh. You can't delay the trial any longer, or they risk having no one left to try. A trial without a verdict can only cause grief. The records of this case and experience tell us this. Apologies to the defendant, but the show must go on. Right. If Vera dies, the trial will be cancelled. I'm not going to let that happen. Mr. Wright told me everything that's been going on behind the curtain all these years. I'm going to get Vera her innocent verdict while there's still time. Very well. Your opening statement, Prosecutor Gavin. The prosecution's case is unchanged by recent events. Why did Vera Misham succumb to poison? Because she couldn't live with the guilt of what she'd done. Objection! But Vera was poisoned with atroquinine, the exact same poison that took her father's life. What but a confession could you ask for? Being as a killer, she would have access to the poison. Significant, since it's rather hard to come by. That is true. In other words, I see no need for further discussion. We could have had our own verdict yesterday. Well, Mr. Justice, if you have no objections, I see no reason to postpone a verdict. What we need to worry about isn't the verdict, but the trial itself. The defense holds that Vera Misham is a victim, not the killer. If that's so, then you have to prove something. She was in court giving her testimony before us.
How do you propose her killer poisoned her? Oh, and incidentally, it would be nice if you told us who her mystery killer was. And the prosecution's objection is sustained. I ask the defense to prove its claims to this court. Tell us how Vermission was poisoned. I've got two things to prove here. Who did it, and how? Which to hit first? How the killer poisoned Vermission. I will focus first on the method used. Any comments before we begin, Prosecutor Gavin? Not a bottle or container of the poison was found on the defendant's body. I see. So the vector of poisoning is unknown. Is the defense prepared to prove how the poison reached Vermission? Yes, Your Honor. Very well. What method was used to poison Vermission? So we have all of the evidence from the previous trial, plus some of the relevant evidence from our Mason investigation. I think the only way that she could have poisoned him, or the only way that she would have been poisoned, excuse me, was this. Nail polish. What's this? My, what a beautiful bottle. I'd like to give whoever designed that a hand. Is that nail polish? It's colorless. Ah! Is something the matter? No, nothing at all. So the killer put poison in this bottle and made her drink it? As prosecutor has told us, this is nail polish. Nail polish? It's like paint for nails. Know any women with red nails? Ah, my wife has red nails. I see. So she's been painting them all this time. Let's recall yesterday's trial. Remember when Vera was testifying to the court? Court is now back in session. Her seems pretty tense. Practically chewing her fingernails clean off. Whenever Vera became nervous, she had a habit of biting her nails. Her nails? Ah! Prosecutor Gavin, when the prosecution had Vera examined, did they check her nails? Bailiff, have them check the defendant's nails at once. Mr. Justice. Yes. Do you know who did this? Do you know who put poison in that nail polish? Yes. That bottle belongs to Vermission? Why do you ask? Know someone else who might have a bottle like this? No, just checking. Mr. Justice, you are about to accuse someone of poisoning that bottle of nail polish. Please dispense with the chatter. You realize the weight of this accusation. Here, let me show you. Understood, Your Honor. No problem. I know what I'm doing this time. Then let us ask, who poisoned Vermission via her nail polish? Take that! What's this? Christoph Gavin. Objection! What's your game? There's no way he could do a thing like that. You should know them better. You should know that better than anyone else. Indeed. He is behind bars. I know. However, that doesn't mean it wasn't possible to do what he did. What? Ask yourselves when he put the poison in the bottle. It could have been yesterday. It could have been a month ago. Maybe it was a year ago. Or perhaps it was 7 years ago. But Christoph Gavin had no motive for killing this poor girl. It's simply inconceivable. Prosecutor Gavin doesn't seem to think so. That face tells me one thing. Christoph Gavin's own younger brother doesn't find it inconceivable at all. Well, Prosecutor Gavin,
If you feel there is a clear and pressing need, then we may have to summon Christoph Gavin from jail as a special witness. Fine. I've known for some time that an impenetrable darkness lurked at the bottom of this. A darkness that has swallowed even myself. Okay, the defense's wish is granted. Let prisoner Christoph Gavin take the stand. Bailiff, begin proceedings to call a special witness. The witness is Christoph Gavin, currently residing in solitary cell 13 at Central Prison. Your Honor, nice to see you again. It's been quite a while, hasn't it? To enjoy the pleasure of your company. It's not every day I'm summoned from my solitary cell. In fact, it's never.
I think you already know, Mr. Christoph Gavin.
Mr. Justice. I hear you've been doing quite well for yourself.
Mac!
Do I feel like somehow he's still my boss?
Stiff lip follow. You can do it!
Does this bottle look familiar? Adriodani nail polish. Why, yes, I use it myself. As did the late defendant, I hear.
She's not dead yet!
And was there something concerning this bottle you wish to ask me about? I admit I respect her for her taste in nail polish.
Her taste, indeed. This nail polish was how our mission was poisoned.
Was it? You were well informed about the case, Mr. Gavin. Even in solitary, much comes to my desk, and I have nothing to do but read. Well, Klavier? Maybe you can explain this.
You're being accused again, by him again.
And you agree with his accusation, do you? Let's hold a proper trial, shall we? Christoph Gavin, your testimony, please. I'd be delighted. The charges against you are quite severe, Mr. Gavin. You are suspected of the poisoning of the defendant Vera Mission. Please testify on this matter to the court. Sorry. I'm putting something away. I realized I still had something out what I was snacking on during my break. I forgot to put it away. Alright. Anyway, poisoning Vera. And this is from Christoph's point of view. Owning the same nail polish does not motivate. I will admit my brain fried on that sentence. I have been in solitary confinement for half a year. How could I poison her? My father died of the same poison. Immediately should be clear. The prosecution's case holds. She poisoned her father, then attempted to poison herself. Surely you aren't going to suggest I was responsible for poisoning her father, too. Maybe. Maybe not. Well, I'm afraid the defense's claim is sounding rather unlikely. Naturally. For one, I don't even know the missions. Isn't that so, Mr. Justice? Very well, Mr. Justice. Begin your cross-examination. I'm accusing Christoph Gavin, my ex-boss. But I know he poisoned the missions. The question is, when could he have done it? Not to mention, why?
Oh, bracelets live on this one, ladies and gentlemen. We have a perceive moment opportunity ahead of us. Owning the same nail polish does not a murder make. I have been in solitary confinement for half a year. How could I poison her? My father died of the same poison, which is clear. The prosecution's case holds. She poisoned her father and attempted to poison herself. Surely you aren't going to suggest I was responsible for poisoning her father too?
That's the point. Oh, I just saw it. Thought I had it, but it was just a scar. Let's focus exclusively on the fingers. Yeah, I'm having such difficulty on this. Ah, I was right. Ah, man. I knew I saw something. Gotcha. It was you who killed Drew Misham.
A bluff worthy of your new mentor, Mr. Wright.
Oh, really?
But you see, I saw it. Right when you said her father, too. Your hand tensed unnaturally, and a little devil appeared to give me the news. And let's assume, for the sake of argument, that you saw me being tense. What does that mean? Are all tense witnesses guilty? And tell me, was Drew Misham fond of nail polish too? Sorry, but there's more than one way to poison a man. You don't need nail polish to get to someone's mouth. I must be very talented indeed. You see, Drew Misham was killed on October 6th, while I was only in my solitary confinement cell in Central Prison. If that's not an alibi, then I don't know what is.
But you found a way. All the same. And I found it too. This is how you poisoned Mr. Misham. Take that! I'm sure this commemorative stamp requires no introduction. The night Mr. Misham died, he was seen writing a letter. Atroquinin was found on this stamp, Mr. Gavin.
So am I to understand this stamp was a murder weapon?
Yes, you are. Oh, and yes. This stamp was found in your prison cell. That is all, Your Honor. Order! 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 Poison on the back of that stamp? After Drew Misham was killed, someone paid a visit to this witness's cell. Phoenix Wright. Daddy? That's when he found the stamp. You made Drew Misham write you a letter. That's how you killed him. What?
My. You have upset my poor brother to the point of uselessness.
Allow me to clarify this matter, Justice.
All you need to do is recall Miss Russia's testimony.
Well, that's the thing. See, after he put his letter in the envelope, Mr. Misham sat there searching his desk drawer for something. His desk drawer? Yes, a stamp, a so-called postal stamp, end quote.
He was looking for a stamp, though he had no intention of using this.
What are you getting at?
What I'm arriving at is that this commemorative stamp was in a frame. It was mere coincidence that he used it that night.
That would seem to be the case.
Or perhaps you mean to suggest that I can somehow manipulate coincidence? He does have a point. How would this witness know if the victim was going to use that stamp? Without that, he couldn't have planned the murder. What?! Really, Klavier, you should be seeing through these weak-spin bluffs by now. He's right, though. How could anyone have known Mr. Misham would use that stamp that night? Least of all, Christoph Gavin locked away in his cell. Well, it seems that the defense has run out of things to say. You assume he had something to say in the first place. And I believe the defense's bluff has been called. Is that defense's bluff? I'm not sure I agree with you there, Christoph. Klavier. Honestly, I wanted to believe you, but the defense wasn't trying to debate the bluff. You were, Christoph. What are you saying? Prosecutor Gavin? Hair forehead. What was your accusation again? Huh? Oh, it was that this poison stamp killed Mr. Misham. Yeah? To which my brother responded thus. There was no way to know then Misham would use the stamp. Yes, that's right. Which is why it could have been planned. Tell me, it needs to be planned. Why? Why couldn't it have been a coincidence? The defense's case is simply that Misham died by that stamp. That's all. Coincidence? Christoph, you tried to slip out from under his accusation by changing the subject. If that's not bluffing, what is it? What are you up to, Klavier? I could ask you the same question, Christoph. I sense the defense will refuse to go as possible. It's called efficiency. But, Mr. Gavin, that's impermissible testimony. Very well. I shall take this claim head on then. Justice. What? You accuse me of Drew Misham's murder, yes? Then, allow me to ask you, what possible reason could I have to kill a painter? Hollow! Motive! He's talking about motive! Indeed. It's hard to see how an attorney could come to want to kill a painter. Now here's something. Why didn't you do the motive from the very beginning? He seems afraid of the battle he might lose. So, what does it mean? It means there might be a weak spot. Maybe I have some evidence to prove a motive. A motive for murder. This is a vital, if not the most vital element in this case. Please consider this when making your statement. I'd say it's about this vital. It's pretty vital. Well, Mr. Justice, I'm going through with this no matter what. Understood, Your Honor. I'd like to present evidence. Then, let's see what you have for us. What reason did Christoph have for wanting to murder Drew Misham? What reason did Christoph Gavin have for wanting to murder Drew Misham? Only reason I can think of is that he wanted this. Yeah. Take that! Take that! Christoph Gavin's motive becomes clear when we consider why the stamp came to Drew Misham's studio in the first place. And why was that? Forgery, Your Honor. Go back 7 years. Drew Misham accepts his first job creating forged evidence. I've seen that before. A page from a diary, was it? Magnifique Grimarius drive. When attorney Phoenix Wright was dispatched, yes. This was the evidence he presented to his loss.
This evidence is a fake, yes. But did Mr. Wright request the forgery be made? That was never proven.
Objection!
Objection! The defense attorney on that case was Phoenix Wright. Who other than him, drunken, possibly the victim, could have done it? Why would
Just out of curiosity, do you remember this letter? This is the first page. Mr. Drew Misham, I've deposited $100,000 in the designated account. Please send a receipt once you confirm the transfer. And this is the second. Sign the papers and send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. I need not remind you to speak of this to no one. Those were presented in court yesterday. This letter was sent to Drew Mission by the client who requested that forgery. The enclosed stamp was none other than the poison commemorative stamp. Drew Mission drew his last breath just the other day. However, the motive for his murder was already 7 years old. 7 years old? The client who requested this forgery was very cautious. He tried to erase anything and anyone with connections to the forgery, to keep him from talking. But he made a mistake. The stamp was a picture of my favorite magicians, so I kept it. My father took me when I was very young. It's a great magic show. I loved it so much. The killer's time bomb was delayed. The poison stamp was sealed within a glass frame, where it sat for 7 whole years. Helpful head, do you understand what you're telling us? The one who schemed up the forged diary page was the one who poisoned the stamp. And it was Phoenix Wright who presented the forged evidence 7 years ago. Adding the two statements together, the one who schemed to kill Drew Misham was none other than Phoenix Wright.
Objection!
Objection! Sorry, but that's not how this is going to go down. Oh, then how will it go down? I checked through the records on that case when I found this. 7 years ago, just before the trial began. Oh boy. Here. What's this? I don't know. I just got it over there in the hall. You told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. And one more thing. I'm sorry to have sprung with this one so suddenly. I received the files from your previous attorney only yesterday. Then I'm asking the impossible. Yes, well, you haven't really told me what happened yet. All you did was play cards. That was enough. Phoenix Wright was put on the case the day before the trial started. He didn't have time to request a forgery. The day before? Now here's a question. Just who was J.D. Nigmar's previous defense attorney? No. This can't well be. But it is all true. There was another man, a defense attorney with a badge on his collar. It was you, Christoph Gavin.
Order! 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 What is the meaning of this, witness? I mean, defendant! Former lawyer!
Let me begin by denying this. Objection! It's easy enough to look up, Mr. Gavin, and impossible to prove if you can't. Attorneys are registered with the court the day before the trial begins. In other words, no record remains in the court. How exactly did you intend to prove Phoenix Wright's claim? That would be difficult. I'm afraid this line of inquiry won't yield.
Objection!
Objection! Helpful head, are you sure you don't have evidence? It's one of the
must be Gavin. He looks clammy.
Evidence. Evidence that shows this man, Christoph Gavin, requested that forgery 7 years ago. Klavier? Just prove it! Clear up these doubts now, or I swear I'm off this case.
Some evidence, Apollo. Mr. Gavin looks like he's in darkness. I have to pull that darkness out of him, and prove it's the only way that I can. What proves Christoph Gavin's link to your mission?
Well, Mr. Justice, you claim Christoph Gavin requested a forgery of your mission 7 years ago. Prove it.
It can be proven.
Simply ridiculous.
Why even discuss it? This evidence does not.
Objection!
Are you telling the truth, Apollo Justice? I am.
And I say we give him the benefit of the doubt. Very well, but if you're wrong about this, be prepared for a penalty. Objection! Your Honor, you do the defense and justice.
Mr. Justice is clearly passionate about his claim. Should the penalty not match his passion? Oh, no, that's poor.
I haven't given a penalty like that in a long time. Well, Mr. Justice.
Fine, Your Honor. If there was any kind of link, something ties Christoph Gavin to your mission. And I have something that clearly does the job.
Well, Mr. Justice, present your evidence.
This is it.
Show us the link between our witness and your mission.
This is it, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. At this point, my notes very clearly say that immediately after presenting this, I need to save. Here goes. Take that! Almost said objection. I was like, nope. This evidence proves there's a link.
Objection!
Objection! That scrap of paper? I'm afraid I can't let you submit that.
Is there some problem?
There is. How could you possibly have that? You couldn't.
Hey, that's Danny's handwriting.
Mr. Wright's handwriting? What is the meaning of this?
I see now.
Yes, of course. What do you mean, of course? I just remembered I had a visitor yesterday. Phoenix Wright came to my cell, except I wasn't there. Phoenix Wright. When I returned, I saw he had something of mine in his possession. Of course, I had no intention of letting him get away with reading my private mail. Mail? You mean this letter was in your cell? No. However, it appears Mr. Wright has yet to be cured of his bad forgery habit. Well, if it's a forgery, it's not a very good one. The handwriting's terrible.
This is Mr. Wright's reproduction of what was written in the real letter.
The reproduction?
When Mr. Wright visited Christoph Gavin's cell, he brought with him a small video camera.
What?
He recorded his entire conversation with you, Mr. Gavin, and the contents of your personal mail. Regardless, this mockery of a piece of evidence will never be accepted by the court. Evidence based on a video a man with no authority whatsoever claims he took. A man who happens to be an ex-attorney suspected of forgery. Prosecutor Gavin? Prosecutor Gavin? Embarrassing as this is for me to say, I'm afraid my brother is incapable of making rational judgments. Your Honor, your decision, please. The defense's claim is denied.
What?
Only actual evidence is permitted in a court of law. Please remove the defense's evidence from the record. Better luck next time, Justice. Well, we've certainly taken a detour from our cross-examination. But the defense appears to be lacking proof. And this is the part where I need to go and say. Because from here, there's nothing else really left to do, but there are two endings to this game, and I'm going to play them both for you live. I'm forced to end the cross-examination of Christoph Gavin at this point.
Apollo, do something. I'm thinking, but without evidence, I don't have anything I can use on him.
Very well, this ends the special witness's cross-examination.
Objection!
Objection!
The show's over, yet the crowd screams for more. Only now do I understand why. Prosecutor Gavin. Frankly, I'm relieved. This has been bothering me for 7 whole years. I'm tired of the whole usual things. Now's our chance. Let's clean out the family closet, eh, Christoph? Klavier, you're spinning out of control. Calm yourself before you say something you'll regret. You're spinning out of whose control? Mine or yours? Take a moment to consider everything you've built. Your reputation as a prosecutor, your fame with the masses. You could lose it all, Klavier.
Apollo, did you see that? He's trying to press Prosecutor Gavin.
Prosecutor Gavin, try to remember. What's really important to you? You'll amuse me, Heftel Head. I couldn't forget what's really important to me, even if I tried. In fact, I haven't, not even once. 7 years ago. Finally. You just couldn't resist, could you, Herr Wright?
Resist what? Presenting solid evidence?
Not to request we close the cross-examination on hold. The prosecution would like to call in your witness. State your name and occupation for the record. I'm familiar with the trial. I've watched the video several times. Didn't you find anything unnatural about it? Unnatural? Well, you did seem unusually well prepared. I mean, Mr. Wright had only just presented his evidence. And the next moment, you call in Drew Mission. It was almost as if... what? Funny. It didn't even occur to me to wonder. But now that I do, I say there's only one possible explanation. Almost as if, from the very beginning, you knew Mr. Wright was going to present that evidence. Duh! You're correct. I knew that if I applied to this with pressure, Phoenix Wright would eventually commit to the forced diving. Don't do this, Klavier. I knew because you told me, Christoph.
What?!
It was the night before the trial. Klavier. Christoph, I'd seen you at the prosecutor's office. Klavier.
Klavier, Crystal, I'd seen you as a prosecutor's office the day before the trial. I will be appearing in the trial, actually. Huh? Why not? I'll be facing off with you on your first trial, apparently. In exchange, I brought information. Information? The attorney who will be there at my place tomorrow is not to be trusted. Don't even give him the benefit of your respect. Listen, I wish you could call me special witness. Then... I wondered about this all the time. How did Kristoff know so much? Prosecutor Gavin. Kristoff. We were supposed to face each other in trial. Fair fight, brother to brother. I deserved that much. You let me borrow some victims' belongings. You showed me all your research on the case. Victims' belongings? Which would have included McNeeky's diary, wouldn't it? Mr. Gavin. My, Klavier. You disappoint me. You find trees, yet miss the forest. You're the one missing the forest, Mr. Gavin. You can't sweep this under the rug. Not anymore. Tell me what was going on behind that trial. Why not? I have achieved what I came here to do. I see no harm in a little reminiscing. Apollo! I think we're finally going to shine a light on the black belly of this thing, Trucy. We've done everything we could. I hope it's enough. Sorry, this is the part where I need to save. 7 years ago, on the day before the trial, I visited the detention center at the request of my client, Zach Ramari. 2 cards. 1 card. Shut on time. Enough. You lose. Thanks. Go. To be honest, I didn't know what was going to instead. As far as I could tell, he dismissed me as his representation because I lost in a game of poker. I can come to no other conclusion. Danny used to say something. If you want to know a man, you have to compete. Zach wasn't watching his points or the cards. He was watching the man behind the cards, Christoph Gavin. I couldn't believe it. Phoenix Wright? Second-rate attorney who relies on luck and bluffs. He dismissed me and went with that pitiful excuse of for a man. He deserved to die for that error alone. Hold it! So, the one who requested that forgery was... Oh, I'm not admitting to anything. My point is, these 2 men shamed me, and I could not forgive that. Phoenix Wright and Zach Ramari both deserve what they got. So you asked Mr. Misham to forge that evidence, so you could win. But then, when you were dismissed as Zach Ramari's attorney, you used your forged evidence as a trap. You fed me information about the forgery. Then you gave your dirty evidence to him. You're free to imagine what you will. My point is that all I had imagined came to pass. Everything went perfectly. Incredible. If I wasn't laughing, I'd weep. Prosecutor Gavin? Perfectly? Mad good stuff. Stop fooling yourself. What are you talking about, Klavier? Tell me, how did that trial end? Cancelled, or when the defendant vanished. I get it. So, Christoph, you've been living in fear for 7 years. What? You were afraid your forgery would be revealed and your reputation trashed. You couldn't leave things to chance, so you watched everyone involved with the case for 7 years. You know, he always felt like he was being watched. That's what he said, every day for 7 years. But I felt it too. Joe sure is being watched. Sure is being watched, unquote. Don't you wonder why Zachary got rubbed out after 7 years? Right after coming into contact with me? But wait just a minute. Zachary was seen by this reporter? How was that possible? Was he alive after being gone for 7 years? I knew this moment was coming. Get here so fast. Zachary gone missing for 7 years. Trucy's father. What's wrong, Apollo? Get to him!
Right. Leave it to me. Allow me to refresh the court's memory. 6 months ago, Christoph Gavin was charged with murdering a mysterious traveler.
I remember him quite well. A Shady Smith, was it? Poisoned in a Chinese restaurant. Tragic.
Details don't really matter right now. What matters is that traveler was Zachary. What is it, Apollo?
Huh?
Keep going! We'll talk about it later. Did you already know?
Someone please explain this. Mr. Justice, can you explain this?
It all started 7 years ago. The great magician Magnifique Grimari's death started it. Magnifique Grimari's death and his student Zach Grimari, the suspect. Whoever defended Zach in court successfully would be famous beyond belief. Thinking that Christoph Gavin did the unthinkable. He forged evidence.
Your mission.
Actually, it was his daughter Vera who really did the work. You took precautions when you had that forgery made, didn't you, Mr. Gavin?
Precautions?
To keep the people from talking, of course. You still know too much. Your line will be nothing but trouble. That's when you planned your poisoning of the foragers.
Not to apply to a commemorative stamp.
But luck was on Mr. Misham's side. The bomb didn't go off.
His daughter. She saved him by taking the stamp. I see.
But that wasn't the only bomb he set up.
See, have you done your nail polish?
Of course! You noticed something when you requested that forgery. When Vera Misham is nervous, she has a bad habit. A tendency to bite her nails. That nail polish was her good luck charm.
She was almost kidnapped once. And since then, she's been, well, you can see for yourself. She refused to leave the house.
Person gave me a good luck charm for when I absolutely had to go outside. It protects me.
Yes, apparently she received something, a gift. She won't tell him what it was. It was from that client, the one who wanted the note made.
It was his insurance.
Insurance?
As long as she lived quietly at home, there was no danger to her. But what if she had to go outside? If she ran into any trouble, she'd become nervous. And Zanelpo would do the rest. His time bomb sat there for 7 years. And then they went off almost simultaneously. If you're finished, may I return to my cell now? I'm not accustomed to standing for such long periods of time. Mr. Gavin! Have you heard a single thing we've said? Oh, I listened quite closely to your little tale. Quite an entertaining piece of fiction. What? Klavier, surely you understand. But back to evidence. Lacking evidence. Nothing proves a link between him and the Atokun that took Misham's life.
Objection!
Objection! What about the restaurant? You killed Zachary to keep him from talking.
I killed no man of that name. Read over the report again if you'd like. victim was a traveler by the name of J. Smith, about whom we know little else. You can seriously think I knew he was that particular fugitive.
Objection! Okay, then why did you kill him?
I plead my right to remain silent. Remember, this court did not convene on trial. The defendant's name is Vera, suspected in the murder of her father. The trial has been finished 6 months ago. I'm afraid we have strayed considerably from our purpose here. This court concurs with the witness. It is defendant Vera Misham who is on trial here.
No! You were doing so well, Apollo.
As long as there's no evidence to support the accusation against him, this course of inquiry cannot find Vera Misham innocent.
Objection! Your Honor, Phoenix Wright spent 7 years collecting this evidence. Objection!
You still don't get it, do you? Let us assume there was poison in the nail polish. Who then was responsible for causing Vera Misham to bite her nails?
What?
It wasn't me, I know that much. The one who brought that poison to her lips was you.
What?
Evidence is everything. There's nothing more. I believe this discussion has reached its conclusion.
Your Honor!
Mr. Justice, you have performed admirably well for a novice attorney. I respect your partner Phoenix Wright's determination as well. However, without direct proof, you have nothing. Isn't that right? Unfortunately, yes, Christoph, you're right. That is, you would have been right until now. What? Did the news not reach your desk in solitary? The eyes of the nation are on this courtroom today. This is a trial case of the new judicial system.
That's right. I'd totally forgotten. The jurist system.
Jurists, you say? The current judicial system has been deemed too closed off from society. This new system attempts to inject the wisdom of common citizens into the law. Common citizens? Wisdom? Is this some kind of a joke? What could we possibly gain by doing this? Entrusting our judicial system to a mindless, emotional mob of irrational mouth-breathers? Common citizens have something called common sense. Common sense is not restricted by the law. Nonsense. There is only room for two in this court. Me and the law. Keep the riffraff out! Out, I say! They're not in court, actually. They're watching everything by video camera. How can you allow this? Incidentally, the one responsible for making this happen was Phoenix Wright. Phoenix Wright. So, everything was leading to this, of course. Right. I'm not screaming all that much. Sorry. I won't accept. I can't accept. This is no court. Law. The law is everything. Law is absolute. You'd let ignorant swine soil your courts. Christoph, it's over. Klavier, the law is absolute. You can't be serious. What? Hud, I thought you spent your life looking for loopholes. The law isn't absolute. It's filled with contradictions. The law is the end product of many years of history, the fruit of human knowledge, like a gem polished to a gleam through trials and errors. It is this fruit we receive and pass on and face in our time. And and it is always changing, growing. Nurturing it is our task as human beings. Except for you, Crystal. You aren't changing. You've stopped. You're not needed anymore.
I couldn't think of anything to say. Maybe I still haven't seen enough. Someday, I'll know what law is. And I'll fight to change it if I have to.
I see no need to further prolong this trial. This began as a trial of Vera Mission accused of murdering her father, the painter Drew Mission. However, several other incidents were reviewed, and we seem to have reached a conclusion. Before this court declares a verdict, I await your decision.
Sorry. I'm saving here because... Right. So at this point, things are going to diverge into two paths. The first path is the one that gets the achievement.
Jurists of the court. For the death of Drew Mission, how do you find the defendant Vera Mission? Innocent or guilty? I turn to you now to consider this matter.
October 9th, 12:48 p.m., Jurists' Chambers. And yes, I'm hiding for this last part because this is kind of crucial. This ends the trial for this case. Only the verdict remains to be decided. Defendant Vera Mission is currently in intensive care. If a decision cannot be reached today, it may never be reached. The factors involved are simple. Did the defendant poison her father that night? If so, she is guilty. Or was there another reason for Mr. Misham's death? Did another person poison him? If so, she is innocent. A panel has been provided for each of you to input your decisions. That is all. Please, wait. Yes, jurist number 6. There's something in the jurist's handbook here. Persons involved in the case may not be jurists. That is correct. I've looked into all of your dossiers. None of you were involved with the development of the case. With the development of the case? I see. Does that answer your concern? It's time for your verdicts. Make your decision in the case against Vera Mission. After 7 years, the truth is ready to be heard. Judge wisely, judge well. So at this point, things branch off into two paths. The path that we're going to start to take is obviously innocent. And so a verdict was reached on October 9th at 2:14 p.m. The first verdict under the jurist system. Innocent by unanimous decision. The record will show that when the verdict was announced, special witness Gavin laughed. A laugh louder than any ever heard before or since. A laugh that echoed in the halls of justice, lingering for what seemed like hours. October 10th, 8:30 a.m., the morning after the trial. In an intensive care ward, a true miracle occurred. Vera Mission opened her eyes. October 10th, 10:12 a.m., Hickfield Clinic. Vera! I'm so glad. Don't cry, Apollo. I'm happy too, and proud. You did well, Apollo. When I thought about what if Vera...
Hey now, don't you start crying too. I'm sorry you had to see us like this. Vera?
Thank you so much, Apollo. Thank you.
No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have pressed you like that. If I hadn't, you never would have been your nails.
No, I was wrong. Staying locked inside that, clinging to my good luck charm.
Vera,
When I opened my eyes and saw you, I finally understood. It's important to be a part of the world. To see things with your own eyes.
looks like that poison had some effect after all. It killed off whatever was holding Vera back from life.
I knew you pulled through, Vera. I mean, that's what Apollo was fighting for the whole time. Your future. I won't forget it. Here, let me thank you.
No, really, it's okay.
Ooh, look, it's me.
Okay. I'll admit, that's gotta be worth it. I'm taking that and probably adding that to my repertoire. Hold on a sec.
I love it. Thanks.
And... is that me? Also taking a picture of that.
Did you really capture your essence, Apollo? Well, I think so at least. That reminds me. Do you know where the other lawyer is?
The other lawyer.
Oh, you mean Daddy? Except he's not a lawyer anymore.
It's my fault, isn't it? I'm sorry.
Oh, no, that's not what I meant.
No, it's okay. I'm through looking away from things I've done. I hope I can look him in the eyes again and someday and apologize. I'm sure he'd be happy to hear that.
He brought all those things for me when he came to visit earlier.
You mean that stack of videos? Mr. Wright's finished watching them all?
You know, I knew my real daddy was alive.
Huh?
I was there 7 years ago, remember? I was the one who helped him vanish from the courtroom.
You did what? How?
I'm not telling. He promised me that day he went away.
May not meet again for some time, Trucy. But know this. I will be watching you one day, Michelle Temple. Next Gamari, after all. Oh, Trucy. In the end, he couldn't keep that promise, could he?
It's okay. Phoenix is my daddy now. He can't really play the piano.
That he can't.
Oh, and I've got you too! Even if your voice is kind of loud sometimes.
Glad I made your list.
Hey, come to think of it, where is Daddy? The one who can't play. Do you know, Apollo?
I think you said he had to meet someone.
I wonder. Maybe it's a new mommy. Oh, Juicy? Yes, Vera. I was wondering, could you show him to me once more? Sir Hat, was it? Oh, he's not been knighted yet. Here goes. Do us an impersonation, Mr. Hat.
Objection! Not loud enough. I like Miss Magic underwear better anyway.
That's magic panties, Apollo!
So, your memories returned. Mr. Wright, was this all part of your plan too? I don't know what you're talking about. I lost my memory. I was reborn as Lamar. But you knew my true identity, did you not? That is why you chose me as one of your jurists. You're thinking into it too much. Besides, there's no guarantee that regaining your memory will make you happy. Of course it is a happy thing. For so long I thought I was alone. Now I know I have children.
don't know their mother. They don't even know their siblings. I'll go to them when the time is right. Until then, don't worry. I'll take care of them for you. They're very important to me, too. A little annoying at times, but still. I have to keep an eye on her, at least. Because I'm the only one who knows how she really feels on the inside. Your bracelet. Yes? I've seen a lot of mysterious things about these past 7 years. Your bracelets were the strangest of all. I remember meeting him half a year ago now in Christoph Gavin's office. And then I met you. Two fates destined to intervene. And I was there when they crossed. I'll never forget that. Such a small thing that tore who I was away. 10 years ago, during a simple rehearsal, it was a miracle no one died, but I didn't survive that accident. That is why I left the troupe, my family. Now, my memory has returned. I am myself once more. For the first time, I am glad to be alive, Mr. Wright. Speaking of miracles, Vera Mission regained consciousness this morning. I can only hope she is as glad as you are. It is a strange thing, fate. Sometimes a life is taken, sometimes a life is spared. You know what I've been thinking? People don't die that easily, really. As long as they've got something worth living for. And that's pretty much the end of my story. For now, anyway. I've still got a long way to go, and this power of mine, well, it needs some work. But there's hope now. We lost it, but somehow we found it again. And that's why people are smiling again, I hope. Yeah, I think I'll keep at this learning thing for a while. Oops. Training time. Gotta go. Cords of steel. Here comes justice!
Objection!
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is a better ending of Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney. I'm glad you're staying with the agency, Apollo. It's like I found my long-lost big little brother. Oh, and don't worry about Trip Gamari. Trucy's on the case. Now that I have this, thanks to Daddy. Trucy Gamari? Frankly, I've got my doubts, but Hakamari, now that'll pick him in. So, with that said, I might just mute and I might actually just hide and... It's not every day you get to try as about as hard as one of our gigs, yeah? Because that's why it's over. The Gaviners are breaking up. It's the news caused fun issues at supermarkets nationwide. You're the real stars now. I look forward to our next jam session. So, thoughts on this game? Oh boy. Immediately, this supersedes most of everything from, well, it's finally over. You know, thinking about it. I've been a piano player longer than I was a lawyer. Now that everything's sorted, I've got time on my hands. Maybe I'll take some lessons. Or maybe I'll take the bar exam. Again. So yeah, I've got a lot of emotions about this, truth be told. But I think what I'm going to do is play through the rest of these and read off all of these lines as best I can. And then we'll go into the other ending. So I was standing around eating Snackers the other day when I got this crazy idea. What if they were golden? You could augment the crunch, or better yet, make them ding! The power of science. Well, the preservatives might not be 100% safe. I just noticed the menu. Ramen, ramen, ramen. Rice bowl. Anyway.
You know, like the event you're wanting Russian feast, come to Borscht Bowl Club. The only thing colder than restaurant is borscht. Duh, but if greater challenges being required. You come to the hideout. You know who to ask for.
I do apologize. I don't honestly remember some of those voices because some of these are from like way early in the month. And I spent the past 2 weeks almost dedicated on this game. Oh man. I've got my notes, but I think for the sake of argument, I will do that. Oh, this one.
So, Kentucky Pastries is getting back to its eastern roots and spreading the culture. Yo, boss! Culture time! This is how we write roots, capiche?
We're still about giving back to the people.
Yo, boss! PR time!
And this is how we write people, alright?
Not that like he's paying any attention. Ooh, kids.
Bizoy! Chinese characters on cake was a fly idea like 3,000 years ago, believe that. Man, you wanna make it today? You gotta keep it real, you know what I'm saying? Yo, that's why I made the OG cracker, for real. I know it don't look like no cracker, G. What, you want me to call the OG muffin? I loved that voice, especially.
I don't know where all this talk about food is coming from. You ask me, there's only one food, and that's noodles. Noodles forever. And I got a new one, too. You see, this time, I just put a big chunk of salt in the bowl. Why pretend I'll lose noodles about the salt? Salt forever.
I'm hoping I'm not too terribly late. Right, hey, Murphy, you still there? Oh, this one.
My exceptionally inquisitive nature has formed me unconquerable adoration in my department. You see, they used to call me Wesley Stinkler. Wesley Stickhands. No longer. I have a new name, one that reflects my true academic nature. Wesley Sicko reporting. Yes, curiosity is a sickness, and I am the cure. Let's see, actually, this
Check, make sure. Ooh, I got about an hour before I hit him up, so cool.
I don't know how to thank you all for what you've done. I've lost years, but I have gained a treasure. 2 treasures, in fact. I will think of them when I write my next song. Oops.
Holy fuzzy, we've been live for over 5.5 hours. Goodness gracious me.
Brusha, brusha, brushel, brusha, brusha, brushel. Brushel here, back on the beat with another interview. Eh? How do I feel about how things turned out? No scoop yet, but journalist confidence in making condition. And quote.
Alrighty.
I've decided to keep painting. Originals only, of course. I suppose I'll have to see a bit of a world outside to find out paint. But I know there are good people out there now. I've met them. The door is open. The world is waiting. Thank you.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is our final picture. And that is actually going to be going on my Discord profile after the stream. At least I got to figure out how to get that onto my stream. I'll pull it up. And yes, Turnabout Succession awarded. Congrats! You've unlocked the special bonus in the music and background setting screen. Commemorative art from Apollo Justice Ace Attorney. But now, I need to back things up. Because there was another ending to that story that we have not seen. And I do have some curiosities as to what becomes if we do. If we happen to go back and say that the individual was guilty. Well, things are a little bit darker for this ending, but it is a valid ending, sadly. I guess I'll just say, if we have chosen guilty, then, well, I guess I'll show you right now. Since the trial of this case, only the verdict remains to be declared. Blah, 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 blah. If the decision cannot be reached today, it may never be reached. The factors involved are simple. Did the defendant poison her father that night? If so, she is guilty. Or was there another reason for Mr. Misham's death? Did another person poison him? If so, she is innocent. A panel has been provided for each of you to input your decisions. That is all. Please, wait. Yes, jurist number 6. And there's something in the jurist handbook here. The persons involved with the case may not be jurists. Now, that is correct. And I've looked into all your dossiers, and none of you were involved with the development of the case. With the development of the case? I see. And does that answer your question? Does that answer your concern? It's time for your verdicts. Make your decision in the case against Vera Mission. After 7 years, the truth is ready to be heard. Judge wisely, judge well. So, through the looking glass, we judge the defendant wisely. Let's assume we did the opposite. And declared her guilty. And so a verdict was reached on October 9th, 2:14 p.m. First verdict under the jurist system. A hung jury. The final verdict would have to wait the following day. So that one guilty held everything over. Fate had different plans. That night, defendant Vera Misham's condition worsened. She died in her hospital room. Her verdict was postponed for all eternity. One jurist's verdict awarded. And that was it. That was literally it. So I decided, yes, I wanted to go back and play through both of those endings. So... wait, no, I don't need to do that. I can just go over here. So, taking a quick look into the museum, we have the Orchestra Hall. And specifically, the reason why I want to pick this up is I want to go into the songs list because there's a whole bunch of songs from everything. There's all of these from the orchestral arrangements. There's Apollo Justice Ace Attorney originals. And the one thing that I do want to play for you all is down here, basically at the bottom. So, with that said, let's come back to this screen, shall we? That is it for Apollo Justice Ace Attorney. And that is all 7 parts of this stream. And you have seen not just everything, but I believe we have gone through just about all that I could for this game. Again, I'm going to double check and make sure that everything is caught up off camera, but that will not happen until next week. So next week, I'm going to go through everything on my days off. Again, Friday, Monday, and Wednesday, just to make sure that everything's all good to go. And then next Saturday, with everything that I can complete completed in Apollo Justice Ace Attorney, I'll be moving on to Ace Attorney Dual Destinies. But for now, it's time for me to make my notes of this particular case. And oh boy, do I have a whole lot of notes. But firstly, I completely forgot. There's also one other thing that I need to load in. I've been doing this for all of the cases thus far, and it's only fitting that I do this for the final case with this game playing. Here's what really happened. It all began 7 years ago with celebrity magician McNeefy Primari's death at the General Hospital. He had liver cancer and was soon to die. McNeefy had to choose one of his two students, Zach and Valen Kamari, to have all the rights to his magic. To do so, he decided to test them. He would have them try to shoot him in the head. He sent letters to both Zach and Valen to come at the hospital respectively at 11:05 and 11:20 p.m. He chose the time because it was a great time that he would be alone with his IV treatment. Once Valen had the letter, he came up with a plan. He would kill McNeefy himself and frame Zach for the crime. When Zach arrived on time, he saw McNeefy asleep. He took the opportunity to pick up one of the two prop guns, the other one for Valen, and pointed the gun at his mentor. However, in the end, he didn't shoot him. He instead shot the forehead of a clown doll sitting right next to him. The sound of the discharge woke McNeefy, and after seeing what Zach did, he told Zach that he passed the test, and all of his rights now belonged to him. Zach left with a pistol in his pocket. McNeefy started resting again, and at 11:20, Valen arrived. He planned to kill McNeefy, but in the end, he couldn't bring himself to do so. He set the gun down and started to leave. Before he could do so, however, McNeefy awoke to break the news to Valen. Zach already acquired the rights, therefore Valen failed the test. Valen left the room, shocked and sad. Suddenly, he heard the gunshot. He ran to McNeefy's room to find that his teacher had shot himself. Valen almost instantly realized that this is his chance to frame Zach, after all, thus removing his rights and giving it all to himself. He injected medications into the IV bag to make it appear that McNeefy was shot while Zach was present. As a result, doctors were fooled into thinking that the magician died 10 minutes ago when it was actually moments ago. Zach was then framed and arrested for the murder. Seeing this as an opportunity to become famous, defense attorney Gavin decided to take Zach's case. He needed help, so he visited prodigy forger Vera Mission, daughter of artist Drew Mission. Christoph gave Vera a sample of McNeefy's handwriting. She took it and made a new page, as Christoph told her to. That implicated Valen as a true killer. Christoph learned from Vera that she loves Drew Kamari, and that she is an agoraphobe who bites her nails when anxious. Christoph decided to give Vera nail polish, telling her that she would use it to have good luck wherever she went outside. In truth, however, he put lethal atropine poison into it as a delayed kill switch. If she were called upon to testify about her forgery, an emotionally harrowing experience, she would surely take her lucky nail polish, bite her nails, and just atropine it. He would then use the forgery to have Zach innocent, or at least he would have. When Christoph met Zach challenged him to a game of cards. When Christoph lost, Zach fired him and asked to meet with Wright. Christoph assumed that he'd been fired for losing and was outraged. But in fact, Zach believed that fierce competition tells you about a man's character. When he played against Christoph, he didn't like what he'd seen. Later that night, Zach called in his next opponent, legendary defense attorney Phoenix Wright. Zach challenged him the same way with the same rules. This time, not only did Phoenix reveal himself to be the kind of attorney Zach wanted, but he won, countering Zach's careful observation of body language with his own. Developed through his career as a defense attorney, who relied on bluffs and bluster. And Zach offered to hire him on the spot. Even though the trial was the next day, Phoenix reluctantly agreed. Christoph was beside himself with anger when he heard the news, being passed over by a prestigious client for another, in his eyes inferior attorney. He contacted his brother, rookie prosecutor and rock star legend Klavier Gavin, who he'd been prepared to face in court on his debut. He lied to Klavier that Phoenix intended to use the forged page to wing. Klavier then prepared a trap for the attorney in his very first case as a prosecutor. He would call up Drew to the stand to confirm forgery. Klavier wondered how Kristoff knew what Phoenix was up to, but he never asked. The next morning before the trial, Kristoff handed the page over to Trucy Enigma, Zach's daughter. He told her to give it to an old boy in a blue suit with spiky hair. Trucy did what she said and gave the page to Phoenix, unaware of what for. During the trial, Phoenix presented the forged evidence that Klavier pounced on him, as he prepared for it, calling Drew Misham as a witness to prove that the document was forged. However, before a sentence could be passed, something unexpected happened. Zach disappeared and, with help from Trucy, escaped from the police. The verdict was put on hold, with Phoenix losing the case. 2 weeks later, Phoenix was disbarred, thanks to the Bar Association Review Board. Kristoff, a member of the review board, voted to keep him from being disbarred to integrate himself with Phoenix and keep an eye on him. Phoenix then adopted Trucy as his daughter and started the Wright Talent Agency. Zach did not disappear, but lived a new life as world traveler Shady Smith. He would eventually come back 7 years later to give the rights to Magnifi's magic to Trucy just before he was legally declared deceased, upon which the rights were reverted to Valent. Valent, meanwhile, took new jobs and waited for the day he would eventually bring back the miracle Troop Gamari. Kristoff then tried to hide his involvement by attempting to kill 2 people who knew of his crime, Drew and Vera Mission. So he sent a letter to Drew, telling him to send a letter with an enclosed stamp, which was also covered in atropine poison. The commemorative stamp had an image of the Troop Gamari, which Vera loved, so she decided to keep it instead without letting her father lick it. Therefore, Kristoff failed to kill him. Desperate, Kristoff decided to keep an eye on everyone involved in the case: the Missions, Rushel, Valent, and of course, Phoenix, who was looking for answers to who made evidence and taking opportunity to set up a new judicial system. Kristoff's luck would come out 7 years later. After having dinner with Phoenix at the Forged Bull Club, Kristoff left, seeing Shady Smith on the way out. He almost instantly recognized him as Zach Gamari, fearing he would say something. Kristoff snuck into the club's passageway and waited for an opportunity to kill Zach to keep him quiet. He would have taken Phoenix's case to falsely accuse someone else of the murder. Unfortunately for him, Phoenix planned ahead and instead used Kristoff's rookie student, Apollo Justice, to take him down. Kristoff was then convicted of the murder and sent to prison. Drew eventually heard the news. The Misham household still held the poison-covered tolls Kristoff gave him. Drew, after making the drawings based on Apollo's cases, wrote a letter, saying to Kristoff that a secret was saved from death. As soon as he finished, Rushel came to his doorstep to interview. During the interview, Drew couldn't find another stamp, so he took the poison stamp, licked it, and sent it to Kristoff. He left poison marks on his coffee mug's rim, and eventually collapsed and died during his first interview. Rushel called the police, so Vera was arrested, not before taking the nail polish she received and believing it was magic for 7 years. The stress of the trial caused her to bite her nails, ingesting atropine poison in the process. So we are now finished with Apollo's first and possibly last, not really, game. Will Phoenix get his badge back now that his name has finally been cleared of forgery? Will he ever see his old friends again? Will Apollo and Trucy ever learn that they have the same mother and learn of her fate? We'll have to play Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, Dual Destinies, the next game to find out more. Or we can also move alternately to another game starring everyone's favorite prosecutor of the past. But that, I'm unfortunately going to have to say, will be done in the next adventure. For now, I just want to thank you very much for watching. That, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be stream. And as far as my notes on this game in its entirety, specifically Apollo Justice Ace Attorney, this was the one game of 3 that I didn't have as much information about. I did use Strategy Wiki, as I will admit to saying throughout the entire playthrough. I don't do backseat gaming in any regard, so I do apologize for those that made any comments of that sort, but I will say this. I'm going to be taking a bit of a break from this game. We will not be picking this game up again for another week, or at least a week and a bit. Saturday, March 3rd,
will be when we start this up again. And in the meantime, all the videos for these past 7 streams are going to be gone through with thumbnails uploaded. I might do some small cuts of the breaks, but we'll try to get everything all sorted and taken care of so that we can get those out to you guys in the next few days. And my plan is to have everything out by next week, 29th. But of course, if things do go awry, I'm planning on having everything live at the very latest by March 2nd, so that way I can do that taken care of. But for now, I've been going about this for almost 6 hours yet again. Goodness, I said this would take 6 hours. I said this episode would take 10 hours, and sure enough, it did take 10 hours. So, that's going to be it for end stream. I will be ending the recording there. Thank you very much for watching this episode / adventure here on DMA Live. I will see you all in the next adventure. Take care, everybody. And we're cutting the recording now. And while we are remixing the recording, there is only one person that I can feel is the most appropriate to raid right now. We are going to be raiding Mr. Lord Navasa himself because it is Thursday, and I'm getting everything all sent up on my end here. Alrighty, so for those of you that are new to my streams, if you're hanging out, we are sending everyone over now to Lord Navasa. What I'd like you to do as my final thank you and final farewell from this game is I want everyone to scream objection from #DMA Live. Outside of that, thank you very much for watching. On behalf of myself and everyone at the Metro Realm, my name is Dan Metro Arnold, and I will see you all in the next adventure. Take care, everybody, and we'll see you when we see ya.